Radio check 1 2 1 2.
Is Beano Nation in the building? Put those emojis in the chat.
That's my gang.
Woke up still grinding, dreams don't drift away. Blueprints on the table, paint the path my way. Stacks on my desk, starting out the day. Ideas lifting off, I'm the engine in play. Caffeine in my bloodstream, rhythm in my chest. I move with intention, never settling for less. Life is a chessboard, I'm 3 steps ahead. While they fade in dreams, I'm making that bread. Overload, but I still ride slow. Pressure on me, but it helped me grow. Overload, feel it head to toe. Still I hold the line when the storms all blow. Overload, but my heart won't break. Turning all the weight in the moves I make. Overload, yeah, the climb I take. Building up a world only real ones make. They talk 9 to 5, but I'm breathing the grind. Turning losses into lessons, polishing the mind. Phone buzzing, daily opportunity speaks. While they chase distraction, I'm reaching my peaks. Call me Alice, world weight on my spine. Every scar earned, made the blueprint refine. While they binge on noise, I'm ready for the climb. Turn a single spark to a fire divine. Numbers in my sight, dreams in my hands. Building every day with deliberate plans. I'm the pulse of the hustle, the strength in the night. Turning every shadow into sun with light. Overload, but I still ride slow. Pressure on me, but it helped me grow. Overload, feel it head to toe. Still I hold the line when the storms all blow. Overload, but my heart won't break. Turning all the weight in the moves I make. Overload, yeah, the climb I take. Building up a world only real ones make. Weight on my shoulders, but I walk with grace. Turning every try to a milestone place. Late night stack, but it sharpen my aim. Every sacrifice fuels a fire in my veins. Overload, but I shine through rain. Turning all the pressure into gold from pain. Overload, but I still remain. Standing on the grind that became my lane. Overload, man, I won't let go. Every setback just another push to grow. Overload, watch the empire glow. I was built for the heights, now I rise, now I know. Overload, but I move with soul. Holding every dream like it's made of gold. Overload, but the truth I hold. I was built for the climb, now I rise and unfold.
If we agree with you, then we're black. We love black people. If we find ourselves in opposition to what you say, all of a sudden we hate ourselves and we hate black people. Who died and left you that kind of authority with your opinion? Who? Tell me.
Let them talk, baby. They don't know what we got. I see them running in the streets, chasing after crowns, trying to be the loudest voice in every single town. They say I'm moving backward cause I like to serve my king, but they don't know the peace and the power that you bring. I'll keep your plate hot, I'll keep the house still. I love to be the soft place where you can heal. They call it slavery, I call it devotion. While they drowning in a sea of mixed emotion. If loving you right makes me a pygmy, then baby pick me. I'm exactly where I wanna be. I don't want the headache, I don't want the fight. I just wanna be the one holding you at night. I follow your lead, I let you take control. You got the vision, baby, you got my soul. Call me a pick-me, call me a fool, but I'm the one winning while I'm lying next to you. They brag about being boss, they brag about the grind, but look inside their eyes, tell me what you find. Microwaves, dinners, and a pillow full of tears. trading a family for a couple lonely years. I respect your frame, I respect your mind. Yeah. A masculine love is so hard to find. I ain't competing, I ain't keeping score. You handle the world, I handle the door to your peace. Let the new age girls argue on the net. Let them argue. They haven't found a man that they can trust yet. I'm catering to you, body and soul, playing my position, playing my role. You protect, you provide, I submit, I reside in your kingdom. Wanna be the woman that you adore. I follow your lead, I let you take control. You got the vision, baby, you got my soul. Oh, call me a pygmy, call me a fool, but I'm waking up happy, lying next to you. Let them stay mad, we'll stay in love. I'm your pygmy forever. Forever, 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 yeah.
No, chill for what? Who is this nigga?
You said the mask don't fit me, but it's glued to my name. Every headline paints me wicked, I won't think the same. You see trouble when I walk in, like I set this place on fire. But I just talk like my granddaddy, and it cuts through all your choir. You want me to be the villain, so I'll be that. I'll be there. Not a shadow that you're killing, I'm the storm. Fighting back. I'm not a villain, I'm a super villain. That's a fact. You wrote the script, I'm just living, so I'll be there. I'll be there. You get nervous when I'm smiling, 'cause you know it's not for show. I won't bow to your approval, I'm too grown to play that role. You throw labels like they shackles, try to change what I believe, but your story got a plot hole when I'm the one that's free. You want me to be the villain, so I'll be that. I'll be that. Not a shadow that you're killing, I'm the storm. So I'll be that. I'll be that. Call me heartless, call me crazy, call me every name you know. All that talk just turns to power, watch my true colors glow. You want me to be the
push me to a certain point, I'll mess up in front of everybody.
Yeah,
I have the capability to just go there because it's just the way I'm brought up. Like I never ever, I never ran from anything because I didn't have nobody to go to. I've always had that where I'm going, home to get me. Ain't nobody there.
I'm from a place where the guns go blast. Smart moving silence, the loud don't last. The bark match the bite and the blood run cold. Where the soldiers wear scars and the cowards get sold. Friday night getting tight, got that Henny in my cup. Fresh fit, new kicks, pound of gas, roll it up. Same pistol, same block, new whip, different place. Keep that fire on my lap in case the sucker show his face. Pay the price, yeah, I had to get right. Moving through the mud, now the vision looking bright. If you really from the light, then you know about the life. Seeing ghosts in the dark, but I'm stepping in the light. Pay the price, yeah, I had to get right. Moving through the mud, now the vision looking bright. If you really from the light, then you know about the life. Seeing ghosts in the dark, but I'm stepping in the light. Oh, we grind hard just to stack it up slow. Blacked out, tinted coupe, chrome wheels low, bro. Eyes low, heart cold, but my brain stay up. Never weak when it's beef, the shit stay stuck. Uncles in the grave, cousins stuck in the trap. Was kids in the whip, now we grown with the strap. I ain't tripping, I'm just talking, reminiscing and shit. You can smell it in the air for the drama get lit. Used to be the kids in the backseat, dodging all the rain. Now I'm in the front, trying not to show the pain. Wonder if my uncles would be proud of what I made, or if they tell me watch your back, they sharpening the blade. It's a cold world, but I got my hoodie on. Hard to trust a soul when you're building on your own. Yeah, I had to get right. Moving through the mud, now the vision looking bright. If you really from the life, then you know about the life. Seeing ghosts in the dark, but I'm stepping in the light. Pay the price, still pain. Yeah. Moving through the mud, now the vision looking bright. If you really from the life, then you know about the life. Seeing ghosts in the dark, but I'm stepping in the light.
You are now rocking with the best. Support the Angry Man. Support the stream.
Son of her, raising no delay. This life don't wait, so I'm on my way. Feet hit the pavement, sunrise grinning. Life's a roulette and I'm always spinning. Pocket full of dreams, got the world in my hands. No map, just vibes and unplanned plans. Sweat on my brow, running wild through the city. Clock ticking loud, but it ain't that gritty. Spill my soul like ink on a loose leaf. Every breath a moment, no time for grief. Full throttle, no brakes, I'm flying. Every second counts, ain't no denying. Living for the now, future can't wait. No rewind button, I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. I'm on in my face, I'm on in my face. Heart like a drum, beating fast, no pause. Life's a movie real, I'ma start with no flaws. Cup running over, champagne fizz. Every day's a blessing, yeah, that's the biz. Jumping over hurdle, life's track and field. Every scar story, every wound's healed. Skyline's my ceiling, dreams stretch wide. Riding shotgun with hope, joy by my side. Full throttle, no brakes, I'm flying. Every second counts, ain't no denying. Living for the now, future can't wait. No rewind button, I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. I'm on in my face. tide. Every heartbeat, a melody. Life's a stage, I'm a symphony. Slow it down, feel the sound. Breathing deep, feet on the ground. Then a spark, hit a call. One more run, give it all. Full throttle, no brakes, I'm flying. Every second counts, ain't no denying. Living for the now, future can't wait. No rewind button, I'm on in my face. Yeah. No rewind, no regret. Sunset phase, but I ain't done yet. Yeah. I'm on in my face. Yeah.
What's good? What's going on, everybody? We back in the building yet again, and we got a lot. We got a lot to talk about. So, we got to talk about this Adrien Broner situation. And if we're being totally honest, I knew this was going to happen. I didn't think he would be the first one it would happen to, but I knew it was going to happen. We got to talk about that. We're going to talk about this whole immigration thing, where here in America, we believe that we can save the world by allowing endless amounts of immigrants to pour into this country. I'm actually going to break down, I'm going to show you guys a video that proves the reason why it's not a good idea to have endless people from other countries pouring into this country. In addition to that, we're going to talk about the dating scene. We're going to talk about the dating scene. We're going to talk about what's going on with the community when it comes to dating and mating, and the problems that we see going on right now. And I'm going to make a bold statement. And the bold statement that I make is going to be, why is it doing that? You guys give me 1 second. Building the plane as we're flying it. Hold on 1 second, you guys. But yeah, like I said, we're going to talk about the dating scene right now, because you've got a lot of sisters that are complaining about the fact that they keep having these dating events and brothers are not showing up to the dating events. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about why the brothers aren't showing up to the dating events and all of that good stuff. But before we get into any of that, we got to get down to business real quick. To all the new people here, contrary to popular belief. This is a free show. It's free to come in here and listen. However, this show is made possible by people in this room. 2 numbers. 20 people get the show started, and 50 people make the show complete. Show doesn't kick off until we get 20 people to contribute. That's what we call the Beano roll call. And no, you don't have to already be a Beano. Contributing gets you in the Beano roll call. That's what makes you a Beano. Whatever you can do counts. $5 counts, because it's not about the amount. It's about being one of the 50. And everybody in the roll call, your messages will be read first before I even go into the first topic. We want to hear from you guys first. Now, if you want the full treatment, 500 or more makes you a super sponsor. 100 makes you a sponsor, and either one, your message gets read the second it lands. So the moment you drop that bread, we're going to read your message and we're going to light up the screen like the 4th of July. Oh, and anytime during the show, if you want to get your message read immediately, all you have to do is drop $50. We'll read that message on the spot with no problem. So to recap, 20 gets the show started, 50 completes the show. So let's get the first 20 Beanos in there. Make sure you guys are supporting the show. I see we already got a couple of Beanos. See my man Quentin and Yosef already dropping 20. You feel me? Let's see. Give me 1 second, you guys. go with the BS. My fault, y'all. AI wants to play games with me today, which is really nerve-wracking. But anyway. Anyway, like I was saying, so I don't know if you guys have noticed, but there's this thing that I noticed like all of the popular streamers do. I noticed DDG does this, Kai Cenat does this, you know, from up there all the way down to like Fresh and Fit and whatever podcast. There's a reason why when many of us guys came into the space, right? And shout out to Burnell. Hey, Burnell, I told you what I was going to do, bro. Anytime you sponsor the show, Burnell, I got this joint right here for you. So anytime I got the anytime you are a sponsor of the show, I'm dropping those fireworks right there, bro. Going back to what I was saying. So I notice all of the streamers, right, do this one particular thing, right? When most of us guys first came to YouTube, right? And we started talking about these different topics, that a lot of these topics pertain to women, pertain to the dating, mating world. We didn't come here to do it for the money. Many of us came here to do it. We came here to talk about these topics because we were passionate about them. And we wanted to see some sort of change. So we didn't come here thinking that we were going to get rich doing it. We didn't come here thinking that we were going to get famous doing it. We didn't come here thinking any of that, right? We came here just because we saw some things we didn't like in the world. We didn't have a voice, and we wanted to have a voice, or at least I know that's why I came here with those intentions, right? And so once I got here, me and numerous other people, we laid it all out. We expressed our distaste and our dislike for what was going on. We didn't like the fact that men were being treated a certain way. And, we went into all of that, right? We went into all of that. And not long after that, I say right before the pandemic, there were a bunch of guys that saw what we were doing. And in my opinion, this is just my assessment, right? In my opinion, they saw how they could profit from it. They saw how they could gain clout, notoriety, and celebrity from it, right? Which in turn would give them the ability to talk to women that they normally wouldn't be able to talk to. Are y'all with me so far? Y'all with me so far? This is just my assessment. This is me looking at everything in hindsight. Press a 1 if y'all with me so far. So a guy like me, when I came to the internet, I didn't come to the internet to talk about what women did because I couldn't get a woman. That wasn't my situation, right? I've always been able to get women. My issue was not getting women. My issue was the way women behave once you're with them, right? I didn't realize there were a lot of guys that were here because they couldn't get women, right? Regardless, most of us that came here for the first time, we came here to express how we felt, to express what we were going through individually. And we noticed that there were some commonalities. We noticed that when we compare notes, a lot of guys were going through the same crap, regardless of what your background was, regardless of whether you were considered an educated lame, whether you was a street dude, whether you was a whatever, right? We noticed some commonalities. We noticed the BS game that a lot of women were running. And at this point, the jig was up, right? At this point, it's a wrap. Now we know what's going on, right? But like I said, right around the time of the pandemic, there were some guys that saw what we were doing, and they saw that it was creating a buzz. They saw that it was becoming popular and trendy, and they figured, you know what? We can make some money off of this. This is the reason why you see so many of these co-ed relationship shows like Tonight's Conversation and all of these podcasts that you see where it's like 3 or 4 chicks and then 3 or 4 guys, and they're sitting there arguing with each other about, who should get treated better. The women are arguing about there's no real men out here. We need some real men, and the men they're sassy now and they want to be passenger princesses and blah 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 blah. And the men are on the other side. Instead of just checking them on some the reason why we're in this situation is because y'all are on some BS. Instead of the men doing that, they're entertaining the conversation and saying stuff like, well, what type of man would you want? What do you want in a man? All of that BS, right? All of that crap. See, there's a reason that guys like me, guys that really started a lot of these conversations, We didn't have those type of shows. There's a reason why we didn't have those type of shows. And a lot of you guys that have those type of shows, you're going to find out the hard way. You're going to find out the hard way because there's something that we knew and still know about young, pretty women that y'all are just ignoring. And it's hilarious because for many of you dudes to be claimed red, like for all of you guys that claim to be red pill, there's no possible way that you actually are, because you're ignoring one painfully obvious truth that every single red pill guy knows definitively. So a lot of you guys no, I'm not going to land the plane. I'm going to keep dragging it out, and you're going to get the fuck out of my chat room. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to keep talking at the pace I want to talk at, and you're going to get the hell out of my chat room. Now, the funniest thing about that situation is that dude that was in here just now running his mouth, he had on a military uniform. That should frighten you. That should frighten you. And see, here's the thing. I don't know if people realize this or not, but I'm going to say this again. I have attention deficit disorder. If you come in, if I'm trying to make a point, first of all, I'm going to lay the groundwork. I'm going to establish what I'm talking about before I make the point. And guess what? If you interrupt that process, it's just going to make it longer. It's just going to make me take even longer to get to my point. So every time one of you jackasses come in here and do that, I'm going to take even longer. Because really what I could do is I could just sit here quietly until we reach 20 people. That's what I could do. I could just sit here and be quiet until we reach 20 people. But anyway. Shout out to James. James said, AM, that's because Gen X and us 1980s millennials grew up in a world where men had no choice but to talk to women in real life if men wanted to go on a date. Gen Z is completely different from us. Yeah, and you know what else they have? They have a problem with an attention span. See, people don't realize this. I purposely take my time when I talk about any topic. And the reason why is because I know 100% that one of the biggest problems in our society today is the lack of an attention span. Excuse me, the lack of a long attention span. The problem, the biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with our society, it's the main reason why you have so many people that can't read. Because reading requires having a long attention span. So there's a couple of reasons why I take my time when I talk. One reason I take my time, like I said, is because I'm training my audience to have a longer attention span. The second reason why I take my time is because, like Paulie on Goodfellas, I don't gotta move fast because I don't gotta move for nobody. What did Henry Hill say about Paulie? He said Paulie moved slow because he didn't have to move for nobody. To every one of you clown ass, short attention span having little boys that come over here trying to get me to speak faster, nigga, I'm a boss. I take my time. I talk how I want to talk, when I want to talk, and I take as long as I want to get to the point. If you don't like it, you can kick fucking rocks. You don't got to listen to a word I'm saying. You can pack up your fucking Skittles and the rest of your bullshit, right? You can pack up your Skittles and all the rest of it and carry your single mother raised, short attention span having, clown ass, bitch made, chump face having ass somewhere else. Because you don't run nothing over here. You don't run shit over here. At all. See, a lot of y'all wasn't raised by men. And guess what? As much as y'all don't want to believe it, you can't become a man if you've never seen a man. If you've never witnessed a man in action, you never witnessed a man be a man, you can't be a man. It's the same thing with being a boss. See, let's table and sideline that other conversation that I was just talking about the manosphere. And when we come back to it, I'm gonna start over. Okay. So I probably told this story before, but I'm gonna tell it again, right? I got a cousin that's been a boss for I don't know how long, right? Ever since I was a little kid, he been a boss. You feel me? And one day I'm at his house and I'm sitting at his kitchen table and he's talking, chopping it up or whatever, right? And his phone rings. He picks up the phone. He's like, yeah, what's going on? And the other person on the phone, you know how sometimes with somebody on their phone, you can hear the other person talking. So the other person talking said, hey, yo, fam, I thought you, hey, yo, fam, I need you to come, you coming through, right? Blah, 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 right? And he was like, yeah, I'll be there in like 20 minutes, right? And the person on the phone was like, okay, cool. He hung up the phone, right? And so he goes back to talking to me and the other person that's in the room, right? And so as he's talking, I say probably 5 minutes went by. Not even 10. I know it wasn't 10 minutes because when the phone rung, and it was the same person, I was shocked. Like, why are they calling again? So the phone rung, he picks up the phone, and I could hear the person on the other end of the phone, right? They was like, hey, yo, fam, yo, you still coming, right? You still coming through, right? And he was like, yeah, I told you 5 minutes ago I'll be there in 20 minutes. He's like, oh, okay. And, he hung the phone up, right? When he hung the phone up, my cousin looked at me. He said, now I'm going to take an hour. And I said, why you say that, cuz? He said, because I told him I would be there in 20 minutes. He waited 5 minutes and called me to try to force me to move faster. And the thing is, I got something that he wants. He don't get to dictate how quickly I move or whatever. He's like, yo, you got to train people to respect you and to respect your time. And I ain't never forgot that. And if y'all have been around long enough, there was one time I did a show in 2017. I was playing music, right? And, I was playing music at the beginning of the show, right? And somebody came in and was like, damn, how many songs is you going to play? And I said, oh, okay, I'm going to play songs for the rest of the show. I didn't even do a show that day. I just played songs for the whole show. And when I got finished playing songs, I shut the stream down. Like, you're not going to rush me to do anything. And see, here's the thing. That guy that I booted out of the chat room, the reason why he was being impatient like that is because he wants to hear what I'm going to say. So what does that mean? What that means is he's watching me, waiting to hear what I have to say, which means he's wanting something from me, not the other way around. I'm not begging for his attention, but he wants to hear what I'm getting ready to say. So when you want something from me, you don't get to dictate how I proceed with what you want from me. It's just like people in here that come in here and contribute, right? If you notice, I never tell somebody, if somebody come in here and they drop $5, right? I don't say, hey, you should have dropped $20. I don't say that, right? I know that you contributing to me is voluntary, which means you can decide to contribute whatever you want to contribute. I just give you choices. I just say, yo, if you want me to do this, you can donate this much for this, or donate this much for that, or whatever, right? So I'll be like, yo, if you want me to read your message immediately, donate this amount or more, and I'll read it immediately. I'll stop talking and read it, right? So I'm giving options, not demands. When that person comes in here and says to me, get to the point, that's a demand. Nigga, you watching for free. You ain't donated nothing. And you making demands? Like, what's wrong with y'all? Like, at what point do you grow up? If I click on a video and somebody's talking and they're not getting to the point fast enough, I click off of the video. I'm like, man, I ain't got time for that shit. I go on about my business. But guess what? If it's something that I really want to hear and the person is talking, I'm going to sit there and listen. Point blank, period. So stop playing with me. And by the way, y'all, we got 4 people. We still need 16 people to get the show started, y'all. We still need 16 people. So hit the Cash App, the Super Chat, whatever, donate to the show. You feel me? So we can get this thing rolling, so we can get to the first topic. But going back to what I was saying before that person came in here and interrupted the whole flow of the show. So, like I said, a lot of us dudes, we came here for the purpose of just having a voice. Guys having a voice for the first time in the history of this country, right? Especially black men. We came here because we knew we didn't have a voice. We came here because we knew that our story was being told by other people, right? And we wanted to have our own voice and tell our own story and, you know, speak truth to power. And see, this is the thing that annoys the shit out of me. Y'all know that I take these videos, these live streams, and I chop them up and I make more videos. When people like that come in and interrupt me and throw me completely off, it messes up the clippable parts of the show. It messes up the clippable parts of the show. That's really annoying, right? That's really annoying. But going back to what I was saying, there's a thing that a lot of these streamers and podcasters do. And it's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen in my life. They're podcasting, they're streaming, they're making a lot of money. And they invite a bunch of groupies to hang out with them while they're podcasting, while they're streaming, right? So you got a couple of different types of models, right? You've got the fresh and fit and the whatever podcast model, right? Where basically they invite young, beautiful women to come onto the show to have conversations that those young, beautiful women are not equipped to have. They tell the women that they're crazy, that they don't know what they're talking about. You know, they get the gotcha moments that go viral. That's one of the business models. The other business model is the guys that are streaming like 24/7 and they're renting out a house, big ass mansion, and they've got a bunch of half naked young girls running around, and you know, they in there acting like it's one big freaking party or one big orgy or whatever, right? Those are the two that I see, right? And when we came here, let me not say we, let me speak for myself, because I don't know what the reason the other guys came here for, right? I just know what they said. But when I came here, right, I came here to speak about what I was going through as a man and the interactions that I've had with women, more specifically, what I was going through with my kid's mother and child support and all of the injustices that come from that, right? And along the way, I met other guys that were talking about similar topics or whatever, right? But one thing we all had in common, we didn't trust chicks. So a lot of us, we were not doing in-person shows where we got women, you know, on the show, especially a particular type of woman, right? But right around the time of the pandemic, there were a lot of guys that I guess figured out that this thing we were doing was going to be popular. This thing we were doing was going to bring fame, notoriety, and money. And look, I don't care what your gripe is with women. I don't care who you are. You could be the nerdiest of the nerdy. No girl ever looked at you from grade school all the way through high school through college. If you get on the internet and you start critiquing women, especially after us manosphere guys laid the groundwork and made the conversation relevant, made the conversation popular. Because trust and believe, before I got here, that conversation was taboo. That conversation was not relevant. It was something that you didn't talk about, right? But once we made it popular, if a guy comes to the internet and starts critiquing women because he never got any women, right? Once that guy's podcast becomes popular, he gets notoriety. He starts making a lot of money. I don't care if he sat there every single day warning the rest of you about bimbos, about gold diggers, about women that try to take advantage of situations. Doesn't matter if he said all of that. The moment one of those chicks that he couldn't get, the moment they start showing him some attention, all those talking points are going to fly out the window. Why is this? Because people will talk all day about what they're not going to do until they're presented with the opportunity to do it. It's like a person who swears up and down that they're never going to sell out, right? They're never going to sell out. I'm never going to sell out until somebody comes along and presents a $5 million check. Then all of a sudden, it's a different story. Then it's like, well, wait a minute. I know I said this, but, and that's really what, like, this is the part I don't like, right? Because it gives validity to the argument that a lot of non-manosphere, non-red pill people are making, right? You have a lot of people that try to say, oh, it's a grift, right? And the sad part is some of the stuff, some of the actions that a lot of these guys are doing, it gives validity to that argument, right? Because how are you going to be on a show where you speak against gold diggers 24/7, but you bring gold diggers on your show? It's kind of like the pro-black guy that can't stand skinheads and Klan members, and you bring them on the show because you want to defeat their argument. But then when the show's over, you join the Klan or you join the freaking skinheads. It doesn't make any damn sense. It doesn't make any sense. You're literally on the show speaking about gold diggers and how they like to take advantage of situations and how they like to take advantage of men. And it's like, if you truly understood that, you wouldn't have them on the show in the first place. If you truly understood that. Like, if you truly knew their nature, if you truly knew their opportunistic mindset, you wouldn't want them within 5 feet of you. You wouldn't want them within 20 feet of you. And that's really how I know. That's really how I know that some folks, they playing with fire. Now, I'm not gonna argue against their legitimacy, right? Hold on, y'all. Yeah, so like I said, I'm not gonna question the legitimacy of anybody's intentions. You know what I'm saying? Like, there may be guys up here that genuinely want to talk about the ills of the dating and mating world. There may be guys up here that genuinely want to talk about the foolishness and the shenanigans that women engage in. And then the moment that they invite these young, beautiful women to their shows, or these young, beautiful women to their stream, and it's right there in front of their face, they may compromise themselves. They may be like, yeah, I know I was talking all of that shit, but cats will make justifications, right? Cats will make justifications. They'll justify their foolishness just to get what they want. You know what I'm saying? Especially if it's something that has not been available to them before. See, in order for a guy to really be on some, okay, I'm going to have all of these women come around because I want to have this conversation and have this debate and question them and blah, blah, blah. Number one, that has to be a guy that is supremely disciplined. Supremely disciplined. It also has to be a guy that has had enough women in his lifetime to where he's not impressed with women that look a certain way or women that behave a certain way. Like, for real. I'm sorry, y'all. My freaking whatchamacallit is not updating properly. This is crazy. This is crazy. Yo, make sure you guys are supporting the show. Yo, y'all do me a favor. Anybody coming in here trolling, kick them out of this chat room immediately. Immediately. And I'm not even joking. Kick them out of this chat room immediately. That's what we gonna do. Okay, I gotta delete these. Let's get this up out of here. Let's get this up out of here. Let's get this up out of here. All right, y'all. So far, we got 11 people. We still need 9 people to get things started. And by the way, y'all, because I'm looking at these little comments, right? So you got little trolls that come in here and say little stuff, right? And the reason why they say this stuff is because they want to frustrate me, right? They want to frustrate me. Now, the reason why they want to frustrate me is because they hate to see anybody winning. They hate to see that shit. There are losers that literally sit around waiting for me to go live so they can try to get on my nerves. Literally. I'm sorry, y'all. AI, it'll do something that it's supposed to do. And then let's see. And you want to know what's funny? What's funny is they don't even realize the show ain't even started yet. This is just me shooting the breeze, waiting for us to get 20 contributors. There we go. That's better. Yeah, like I said, we still need 9 people, you guys, so we can get this thing rolling. But going back to what I was saying, how many of you guys see it? How many of you guys see the ridiculous amount of young men that podcast and stream that are setting themselves up for pure failure. Like, how many of you guys see it? And I see we got a 50 spot. No message, just the love. Shout out to Mr. 14 looking for the 50 spot. Appreciate you. No message, just the love. I appreciate it. But how many of y'all see themselves setting them, like, how many of y'all see them setting themselves up for this foolishness? And look, I'm gonna do a deep dive once we get to the main topic, which is Adrien Broner. I'm gonna do a deep dive as to why they're setting themselves up for failure, why these women operate like that, and why they plan on doing that type of foolishness. Like, for real. Somebody do me a favor, kick that person out of my chat room. The person that just came in here and said, rest in peace, Nolan, kick him out of my chat room. Bro, I hate people. Like, for real. I hate people. I can't stand people. I can't stand people. This show ain't even about Nolan. Did anybody hear me say anything about Nolan? Anybody hear me say anything about Nolan Wells? Captain Caveman said these dudes better take heed. AM about the school, y'all. Bro. They ain't gonna listen. They ain't gonna listen until they are hemmed completely up and they bread is gone. They're not gonna listen. They're not gonna listen because this is a cold game. This is a cold game. And they all fall for it every time. Every single time. Like, yo, chicks will show up everywhere. Everywhere there's guys making money, guys making bread, chicks will show up every single time. And when they show up, they're there for one thing. They're going to get it whichever way they can. Whichever way they can. So they can either get the money because you gave it to them, or they can get the money because they forced you to give it to them. And I'm not going to lie, that situation with Adrien Broner, I knew that was going to happen. I didn't think he would be the first, but I knew that was going to happen. And trust and believe, there's a whole lot of cats. There's a whole lot of cats that, yeah, they're going to be next. They're going to be next. Trust and believe. That's the funny thing about AI. You can build something with AI, and the first couple of times it'll work perfectly. And then on that third time, it just does what it want to do. It'll just do what it want to do, and you'll be like, wow, really? This is what we doing? Unbelievable. So yeah, we need 5 more people, you guys. We need 5 more people to get the show started. Yeah, y'all, we need 5 more people so we can get the show started. We need 5 more Beanos to get the show started on this Saturday. On this Saturday. So, for all of you that are wondering what's going on right now, this is one of the things that if you're a YouTuber that is trying to innovate, this is the type of crap you're going to come across. So I have a donation board that I basically invented. It works through the browser where there's a screen up and it shows you how many people have contributed. It scans to keep track of it and all of that. And it was not updating, which is really annoying because if it's not updating, then we can't know how many people have contributed. So I'm over here typing to AI, trying to explain to it or troubleshoot it and figure out what's going on with it. And I think I finally got it updating. So you've got that catching my attention, in addition to the trolls that are coming in here running their mouth while I'm trying to talk to you guys or whatever. Shout out to my man Donnell in the building. He said, "What's up, AM? Have you watched the Westies Irish and Italian mob in NYC?" I started watching the first episode. But I have not gotten through that first episode, so I'm gonna have to go back. But shout out to my man Donnell for being the first sponsor of the show. Appreciate you, brother. That boy good. Shout out to Donnell in the building, always supporting the show. Definitely appreciate you, brother. Real talk. Let's see. But yeah, I watched like some of the first episode of it. I watched some of the first episode, but I got to go back and revisit it. It looked like it's good. It's got a decent cast, so I'm definitely gonna have to go back and watch it. But I haven't. I think I started watching it one day, and then I had to come up here and start doing a live stream, so I wasn't able to get back into it. But I'm definitely gonna go back and watch it. But yeah, that's basically what's going on right now, guys. I'm trying to troubleshoot this AI artifact, which is really freaking annoying. But again, this goes back to what I was talking about. Now, here's the interesting thing. I've been using, for those of you that know about AI, I've been using Fable 5, right? Now they claim Fable 5 is more expensive or uses more tokens or whatever. So they just came out with Opus 5. I'm trying to use Opus 5, and every time I use Opus 5, it's using up too much of the context window. And I'm like, why does it keep doing that? Like, I have no idea why it keeps doing that. Like, it just keeps using too much of the context window, which makes you have to start a new session, which is really annoying. But, you know, yo, we still need 3 people, guys. We need 3 people to reach our 20 so we can get things rolling. We need 3 people to get to 20. Let's see. Grave Wolfwood said, "Angry man, I'm in need of some no-nonsense advice / insight, but my issue will seem stupid to you." I'll tell you what, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat while we wait on these other 3 people. Put it in the chat, and I'll tell you if it's stupid or not. Put it in the chat, and I'll let you know if it's stupid or not. Oh my God. I hate when I have to implement new stuff. That's why it's easy to get stuck in a rut whenever you're a YouTuber or a content creator, like especially if you do a live show. It's easy to get stuck in a rut because once you get a workflow that works seamlessly, once you get a flow and like a routine that works, you know what I'm saying? You'll get stuck in that routine because it works. You know what I'm saying? And then every once in a while, you'll want to try to implement something new, like I'm doing right now. And the only problem is when you implement something new, you got to figure out how to work it into your flow so that you can do the show seamlessly without having to pause or having to stop or, all of those different things. But, that's only in a perfect world. You feel me? That's only in a perfect world. In a perfect world, you'd be able to add stuff to your workflow and it just works the way it's supposed to, as opposed to what normally happens, which is this, this goofiness. So when the show is over, instead of me doing my normal routine, I'm gonna have to troubleshoot this disaster. And the sad part is with this, I'm limited to what I can do once the show is over, because in order for me to actually test it, I have to test it live, which is what I'm doing right now. Like right now, it updates every 10 minutes. I think I need to change that. I need you to adjust the donation board. Instead of it updating every 10 minutes, I need it to update every 5 minutes. It's 10 minutes is way too long for me to see that it's updating the way it needs to update. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we've reached our 20. When should I build an application? I might need to just build an app. I might need to build a piece of software that does this. That's what I might need to do. I might need to build a piece of software. That's what I might need to do. But I think we have reached our 20. Yeah, we definitely reached our 20. So let's kick off the Beano roll call and get this thing started.
It's time for the Beano roll call.
Yo, shout out to, let's start off with my man Donnell. Shout out to my man Donnell. Let's give him another round of applause.
That boy is good.
Donnell said, "What's up, AM? Have you watched the Westies, Irish and Italian mob in NYC? Definitely checking that out, bro. Real talk." Let's see, who else did we have? And of course, we have my man Mr. 14 looking coming through. Let's give him another round of applause. Yes, indeedy. Appreciate you, broski. Let's see who else we had. Shout out to Yosef in the building.
That's that Beano energy.
Yosef said, whenever I can, I just want to give out the Beano energy. I appreciate your hard work. Continue to educate the masses. Respect you and the Beano Nation. Appreciate you, broski. See, shout out to Beans and Greens. No message, just love.
That's that Beano energy.
Let's see. Shout out to Young Illuminati in the building with the salute.
That's that Beano energy.
Let's see who else we got. Shout out to a Burn King in the building. Burn King said, never dictate. It's respect that must be intentionally taught. New generation do not understand nor comprehend, need more awareness.
That's that Beano energy.
Shout out to a Burn King. Appreciate you, fam. Let's see. Shout out to Kais MD or Keis MD. I think that's how you pronounce that. Appreciate you, broski.
That's that Beano energy.
Let's see who we got. Shout out to a Burn King again in the building. Appreciate you, bruh.
That's that Beano energy.
Let's see. Shout out to Time to Ante Up.
That's that Beano energy.
Time to ante up said, salute AM and the chat. The more you all win, the more the haters spiral. That's a fact. That's a fact. Let's see. Shout out to Burning House TV. Said, thanks for the show, AM.
That's that. That's that. We know energy. We know energy. We know energy.
This is when the haters really leave up out of here. This is when the haters really leave up out of here. They don't want to, man, forget him. People contributing to his show. Shout out to Captain Caveman. He said, Monte Cristo on me. I'm going to light up, get a drink, and listen to an important lecture for these young bucks.
That's that. That's that. We know energy. We know energy. We know energy.
Let's see who else we got. Damn it. Did I miss one? I think I missed one. Let's see. Shout out to Donnell in the building.
That's that. That's that. We know energy. We know energy. We know energy.
Donnell again in the building.
That's that. That's that. We know energy. We know energy. We know energy.
Yo, Donnell on some super sponsor stuff right now. I gotta make a special clip for Donnell too, for real. Shout out to Nita. Nita said for the Beano roll call.
That's that. That's that. We know energy. We know energy. We know energy.
Let's see who else we got. Shout out to my man Donnell again in the building. Shout out to Donnell, man. Real talk. Let's see.
That's that. That's that. We know energy. We know energy. We know energy.
Let's see who else we got. Shout out to INP on the Cash App side of the game. He said, break it down to a fraction AM. The light-skinned guy. Appreciate you. Shout out to my man Quentin on the Cash App side. He said, thanks for the stream, AM.
That's that. That's that. We know energy. We know energy. We know energy.
That was the one that I missed. Mr. Let's see. Let me find it. There we go. That was the one I missed. Shout out to Mr. 14 looking. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Ayo on the Cash App side. Shout out to Jaron on the Cash App side. He said, thanks for the lesson.
That's that. That's that. We know energy. We know energy.
And shout out to Quentin. He said, support. You see, the freaking board works when it works. You feel me? When the shit works, the shit is awesome. When it works, it's awesome. But let's get into the first topic. Let me pull this video up so we can check this out. I think we're going to start with the immigration situation. You feel me? So for everybody watching, y'all have heard me be extremely critical over immigration, all of the people that are pouring into this country from other countries. And I've said numerous times that it doesn't work. It's not good for us and it's not good for them, right? If you have people constantly coming from other countries to this country, instead of them staying in their own country, it hurts their country and it hinders ours, right? Because the truth of the matter is we can't save the world. We can't save the world. It's impossible, right? It's kind of like that. It's kind of like a situation where you could have a guy that's drowning, right? You could throw him a lifesaver and let him save himself, or you could jump in the water with him. And in a lot of cases, when you jump in the water with somebody that's drowning, they'll mess around and drown you just because they're, acting erratic and flailing or whatever, right? But there's this video that I came across a while back, and I thought I had saved it the first time because I was going to address this on the Street Conservative a while back, and I couldn't find the video. And today I just happened to come across the video again. And so I got the video pulled up. We're going to check it out, and I'm going to give you my thoughts on the other side of it.
People say that mass immigration into the United States can help reduce world poverty. People say that mass immigration into the United States can help reduce world poverty. Is that true? Well, no, it's not. And let me show you why. This gumball represents the 1 million legal immigrants that the United States has taken every year on average since 1990. Now, who in the world deserves our humanitarian compassion? The World Bank has one measure of the desperately poor of the world. They make less than $2 a day. And how many people make less than $2 a day in the world? We'll start with Africa. In Africa alone, there are 650 million people who make less than $2 a day. 650 million. And in India, another 890 million people, desperately poor. China adds another 480 million people, making less than $2 a day. And unfortunately, the rest of Asia has a heartbreaking 810 million people who the World Bank says make less than $2 a day. And finally, there's 105 million of Latin America's population that are desperately poor. All told, the World Bank says there are 3 billion people in the world, 3 billion people who are desperately poor, making less than $2 a day. That's 3,000 gumballs. And every year, we take 1 million and suggest that we've somehow made a humanitarian difference. Of course, we don't pull our immigrants from these desperately poor populations, do we? These people are too poor, too sick, too disconnected to make it here as immigrants. We tend to pull our immigrants out of the better off poor of the world. And Mexico tends to define the type of immigrant that we bring here because the plurality of people come from Mexico. And Mexico is poor. How many people in the world live in countries that have average incomes lower than that of Mexico? And the World Bank tells us that that number is these 3 billion plus another 2.6 billion people. 5.6 billion people in the world who live in countries with average incomes below that of Mexico. That's 5,600 gumballs. And so what is it that the elites are telling us? They're telling us that when we take this 1 million immigrants, that we somehow or another are tackling world poverty. And we have to do it regardless of the effect on our unemployed, the working poor, the most vulnerable members of our society, regardless of the effect on our natural resources. Even if we went by the most radical proposals in Washington, which are to actually double our immigration to 2 million a year, which would totally overwhelm our physical, natural, and social infrastructures, we couldn't make a noticeable difference. And we may be really hurting the impoverished people of the world because the million that we do take are among the most energetic, often the better educated, certainly the most dissatisfied people that if they did not immigrate would be the agents for change to improve the lot of all the people in these countries. The true heroes in the global humanitarian field are the people in these countries who have the wherewithal to immigrate to another country, but instead stay in their countries to apply their skills to help their fellow countrymen. Unfortunately, our immigration system tends to entice these very type of people to abandon their countrymen. The impossibility of
A couple of people told me.
Some people say that mass immigration into the United States, and next year you can be quite sure these countries added births over deaths, abandon their countrymen. Our immigration system tends to entice these very type of people to abandon their countrymen. The impossibility of making even a dent is actually worse than it looks here. Because last year, when we took 1 million immigrants, these countries added births over deaths, 80 million more people into the impoverished population. And this year, Congress is bringing in 1 million legal immigrants. And this year, according to the United Nations, these countries are expected to add another 80 million people. And next year, you can be quite sure that Congress, unless stopped by the American voters, will bring in another 1 million immigrants. And these countries, unfortunately, will be adding another 80 million people into these impoverished nations. We could take 5 million a year, but we'd never get ahead of what's happening in these countries, not in this century. Don't you see? Immigration can never be an effective or significant way to deal with the suffering people of the world. They have to be helped where they live. 99.9% of them will never be able to immigrate to a rich country. There's no hope for that. They have to bloom where they're planted. The only place that 99.9% of these people can be helped is where they live. Let's help them there.
So, for everybody back when Joe Biden did this foolish thing where he opened up the floodgates and allowed, what was it, 10, well, I forgot how many millions of people poured into this country. This scholar, this gentleman, basically said that every year we take about 1 million immigrants into the country from other countries collectively, about 1 million, right? He said if we took 2 million, it would be devastating to our resources, devastating to our economy. Go back and look at how many people came into this country under Joe Biden. So you start to get this picture, and you notice that the liberals and the lefties, they want to complain about Trump being in office. But they never think about the fact that the reason we're going through some of the economic issues that we're going through, the reason we're going through some of the issues with the crime rate being higher and all of these different things, it isn't because of policy. It isn't because of Trump's policy. It's because Joe Biden opened the floodgates and allowed millions upon millions of illegal immigrants to pour into this country. And I just showed you where this gentleman pointed out that if we took on 2 million instead of 1, we normally take on 1 million in some sort of ridiculous humanitarian effort. But if we took on 2 million, it would be devastating to our resources, you know, our infrastructure. Right? Go look at some of the cities now. You go look at New York, you go look at Chicago, you go look at some of these cities. And look at what's going on in these cities, right? Now, the thing that he pointed out the thing that he pointed out that was really relevant, okay? When we talk about immigration, we talk about people coming from other countries. It's never the poorest people. Y'all know that, right? Y'all know that, right? Y'all know that the people who come to this country from other countries rarely are the poorest people. They're usually, especially when you look at Africa, they're usually the most educated. They're usually those that have a little bit of money, you know, things of that nature. Now, when Joe Biden opened the floodgates, there's no telling who came in. But normally, our normal immigration thing, the people that come here are usually not the worst people of those countries, right? So you then start to get an idea, because when I first saw this video, I said, holy crap, he's right. If you have to be the best and the brightest or have a little bit of money in order to leave your homeland and come here to America, that would mean that the individuals who have the capability of improving their country are leaving. And the reality is we don't need them. And that's not me trying to be mean. That's me being honest. We don't need the best and the brightest of the world to come to America to help us with anything. We already have the best and the brightest here. Our country is already good. We're already straight. As much as these liberals want to try to make you think that the country's bad and we're on our last leg or whatever, that's a crock of shit. Do you realize that right now, as we speak, right? I told you guys the other day that I was watching a documentary, well, not a documentary, but my wife was watching this YouTube video. There's this white guy. He goes around to some of the poorest cities in America, right? So he was in this one place in Mississippi, right? I forgot the name of it, but he was in this one town in Mississippi, and this town was dirt poor, right? The reason why they were poor is because, you know, their biggest money maker used to be cotton, right? So because it's Mississippi, they started out with the cotton plantations or whatever, with the slaves or whatever. But what people don't realize is even after slavery, they still harvested cotton. So you would have black folks that, even though they wasn't slaves no more, they would get jobs picking cotton, right? So now that the country's no longer an industrial country, we're no longer, you know, we've gotten rid of textile plants and furniture factories and all of that type of industry. So now this particular part, this little area of Mississippi, and I'm pretty sure most of Mississippi is this way, is really poor, right? It's really poor. So when you look at that and you say, okay, so Mississippi is one of the poorest states, right? One of the poorest. In fact, let me look it up real quick. Which state is the poorest in the United States? Mississippi. Mississippi is widely considered the poorest state in the United States, consistently ranking lowest by metrics such as median household income and overall poverty rate, right? So, with that being said, did you guys know that right now, as we speak, Britain is poorer than Mississippi? Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? How many of you knew that? Raise your hand if you knew that. Hold on, let me pull this video up. Let me pull this up. Because you see, there's been a lot of lies that have been told to us. There's been a lot of lies that's been told to us. But we're going to get it straight today.
The fact is, we are not. Far from it. An illustration of this is the recent study by the Institute of Economic Affairs that found that when voters were asked to guess where the UK would rank in terms of GDP per capita if it were a US state, gave on average the response of 7. The actual answer is 51st. We are poorer than every single US state. And this is a problem. Because if voters don't grasp how far behind the poor...
The UK is poorer than Mississippi. But they'll have you believe that America is in decline. They'll have you believe that America's messed up in the game. And if they were a state, if the UK was a state, it would be the poorest state in the Union. And just to show you, hold on, let me pull up this video so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about when it comes to Mississippi. This right here. Let me pull this up. This is the documentary. This is the video that my wife was watching the other day. Just so you can get some context for those of you that aren't from Mississippi.
You know how to survive, or you.
So this right here, let me take it off the big screen. This right here is one of the poorest counties in Mississippi. So Mississippi, the state, is the poorest state in the Union. This county is the poorest county in Mississippi.
Poor. You know how to do that. We ain't never had no money, so we poor people know how to make it. Cause know how to build a fire, know how to go fish, know how to go hunt. A lot of people don't.
When you think of the poorest place in America, you might think of dirt roads and miserable people, but you'd be wrong.
Take sandwich breads and make a sandwich bread sandwich.
In Mississippi, in the poorest counties in America, we found a world where life is complicated. The hoods are in the mountains, the towns are quiet, the buildings are beautiful, and the people are poor.
I believe that we're below poverty. We are below. It's not near. We are below poverty. The town looked like a tornado came through, just stopped the trade with town.
We set off through this part of the Mississippi Delta to understand life in America's poorest county. Instead, we found a world that was nothing like we expected. Our day would end in a violent mountain town that was vastly different from anywhere else we've ever seen.
Hey, tell me if you leave, nigga. Oh, see?
Now, here's the crazy thing. The crazy thing is you see them young boys out there looking broke, out there in the hood, but hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Let me fast forward to it. Me and my wife was watching it, and they got to talking to the young boys. They got to talking to the young boy.
Oh, see? Call him Mr. No Time, Mike. They call him Mr. No Time. Man, don't come on here playing with me, man. Hey, we in Hermanville, Mississippi, though. Hermanville. Get money, man. We gonna get that money.
Out here, what's your guys' hopes? What's your ambition out here?
Oh, money. Gotta get that money on.
Can you make money out here? Is there
Yeah,
money?
you ain't got no money, no job. No fun.
No job. No cap.
What do most people do if you're not hustling? Where do you go make some money?
Hate it or love it, they figured out a way to make some money. Hate it or love it, they figured out a way to make some money. So you got areas like this that's poor by our standards. By our standards as Americans, they poor. They ain't got no bread. Meanwhile, the UK ain't even got as much money as them. Now do y'all believe me? Like when somebody says to me, what does Trump mean when he say make America great again? Do y'all understand now when I say America's the greatest country in the world? Do you get it now? Whenever somebody says to me, what's so great about America? See, there's a lot of you black folk that live here in America. You in a bubble. See, you think you struggling, but you don't really know what the struggle is. You think you down bad. You think you hurting, but you, whether you know it or not, you were born in the land of milk and honey. You were born in the promised land. There ain't another country in this world that's messing with us. Not on no level. And I know some of y'all are going to say Dubai. Let me tell you something. Dubai is a parlor trick. It's a parlor trick. They got y'all fooled. That one little, when you look at Dubai, that one little city area, it's made to look like Dubai is the Wizard of Oz. You know, pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. There are literally videos you can pull up on YouTube that talk about how Dubai is a hustle. You do know that when you go to Dubai and they be selling all of those extravagant items, you know, Louis Vuitton and all that stuff, you do know they go to China and get the knockoffs. Y'all know that, right? Exactly. Dubai is smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors. Now, I've been saying it over and over again. I've been saying it over and over again. And a lot of y'all didn't want to believe me. A lot of y'all didn't want to understand. But I've been saying this over and over again. You have no idea where you're at. You have no idea how lucky you are. Didn't you hear the guy when he said 90-some%? I think he said 91%. 91% of the people who live in impoverished, poor countries will never get to come here. I want you to put that into perspective. Because think about it. If Britain is poor, if Britain is poorer than Mississippi, what do you think is going on in them other countries? What do you think is going on in India and China? See, they'll show you videos of China. They'll show you the best parts, right? See, we've been lied to. We've been lied to. And I showed you the proof the other day with all of them people that came here because of the World Cup and didn't want to go home. And look, I don't mean no harm. I don't mean no harm, but at the end of the day, it's like this. You ain't got to leave, but you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here. We all full. We all full. I'm sorry. You came here to visit. Cool. We got nothing but love for you. Come to visit. We will give you all the hospitality in the world, but you can't stay. You can't stay. Them days are over. Those days are over. That's the sentiment that we need to have here in America. I'm sorry. It just is what it is. Most of us, we hit the lottery because we were born here. That's not even me. That's not even a stretch, me saying that. It's not. It's not me being hyperbolic. That's the reality. If you were born in the good old US of A, you hit the lottery. 91 or 90 some percent of people that were born in impoverished countries will never get to come to America. It's like being a earthling. It's like being an earthling in Greek mythology, and you get to hear about Mount Olympus. You get to hear about Valhalla, but you'll never get to go there. Let that sink in for a second. Let that sink in for a second, bro. Because if you really, like, I thought about that one day, and I didn't even have to see all of this for me to, like, process that. I literally thought about that one day. I said, you know what? Damn, I'm lucky as hell. Because I watch the little documentaries and National Geographic, and I watch how other people live in these other countries that are poor, these third world countries. And I said, bro, I was lucky just to be born in America. Just to be born an American. And you can sit here and you can complain about America. You can complain about all types of stuff that go on in America, but it's relative. It's relative because your complaints about America don't hold a candle to what these other people go through in these other countries. Like, for real. Ken said the applications for U.S. citizenship skyrocketed during the World Cup, submitted by people putting in the paperwork before their tourist visas expired. That's crazy. That's crazy. But just think about that. If you had the misfortune of your parents being born in a third world country, and then you were born in the third world country, America's a dream. And keep in mind, some of these countries, they can get a television. You know what I'm saying? Some of these countries, they can get a TV or access to the internet and see how we live in America. And it's a dream. It's a dream. You'll never, bro, let me tell you something. If you were born into a family that lived in the projects in any one of these cities in America, as bad as you may think it was growing up in the projects, you had an advantage over the majority of the world simply because you were born in America. Shit, if you were born in the projects, if you were born in the projects in New York, bro, all you had to do was be talented. That's all you had to do. All you had, how many, right now as we speak, how many people do we know that are rich and famous right now from the projects? How many do we know? As Don King would say, only in America. So when I got up here, when I was doing the street conservative, and I said, and I was talking, I was bigging up America, and there was black folk coming into the chat room trolling me, talking about some, you just love America, you damn Skippy. See, the only reason you hate America is because let me say this right. When I was doing that show, I was sitting out on my patio. And I was talking about how awesome America was. And some ignorant niggas came into my chat room that wanted to talk down on America. Why? Because America won't let them do whatever the fuck they feel like doing, right? There's actually rules and laws, and and they don't even realize if we didn't have all of these rules and laws and stuff, we'd be just like those other countries. They don't even realize that. If it wasn't for the laws and the harshness of the criminal justice system, we'd be just like those other countries. Hate it or love it, right? But you came in here and you're talking crazy to me, right? And the only reason that you ignorant folk hate America is because your ungrateful ass has never lived anywhere else. So you have no frame of reference. You have no frame of reference. Your ghetto, your project building, your hood may as well be the Taj Mahal for some of these people that live in these third world countries. I bet you any amount of money, there's a bunch of them that would trade their right arm just to be able to live in your projects. Just to be able to live in your projects. Now, when you think about it from that perspective, right? When you sit back and you think about how lucky you are to be born in the United States of America. When you think about the fact that even Great Britain, even the UK is poorer than the poorest state in America. Mississippi is the poorest state. And I need you to keep in mind how uppity people in the UK act, how much better they think they are than us. The fact that you were born here in America, the fact that the fact that 91% of people that live in third world countries will never get to taste the air here, will never get to touch the soil, will never get the opportunity to have the opportunity. You were born here, so you automatically, the opportunity to be rich and successful is your birthright. And for you black folk, you really need to shut up talking crazy about America, because your forebears endured slavery, went through all types of stuff, and you're here. You're the beneficiary of their struggle. You're the beneficiary of their blood, sweat, and tears. You're the beneficiary of their sacrifice. Your forebears paid the ultimate price for you to have the opportunity to pursue the American dream, be your birthright. You got people out here in this world that will never get that. They'll never have that benefit. They will live their entire lives in squalor. They will live their entire lives having to drink water that ain't clean, having to worry about dying from the most basic illnesses. They will never get the opportunity to live in luxury. They'll never get the opportunity to have any of the things that you take for granted and squander. And look, I tell you what, it makes these lyrics sound a hell of a lot. These lyrics hit different after I say that. He said, God done shed his grace on thee. Crown thy good in brotherhood. And then you got folks running around here talking about, oh my God, people need to educate themselves. People need to educate themselves and realize what a gem we have. And there's a bunch of you libtards running around here trying to convince everybody that we in hell when we really in heaven. But see, we ain't fooled. We know what it is with you liberals and you lefties and you progressive. You want to turn it into hell. That's why you're opening the floodgates and letting all of these uncivilized rabble pour in here. People that don't understand the American way of life. You want to know what's crazy? I just showed you a video of some YNs down there in Mississippi that's probably hustling and selling drugs and cutting up and doing all types of stuff. But you know the one thing you will never see them do? As debaucherous as they are behaving, as dysfunctional as they are behaving, you will never see now one of them pull their pants down and cop a squat and do a number 2 on the sidewalk. You'll never see that. You'll never see it. You know where you will see it? You know where you will see it? Some of these third world countries. That's why when Trump started doing his mass, deportations, I wasn't tripping. Y'all know I wasn't tripping. Y'all know I wasn't tripping. I was like, yo, get them up out of here. Get them up out of here. Get them up out of here. Yeah, San Francisco. It's a shame what they done did to San Francisco. It's a shame what they done did to California. It's a shame what they done did to New York. We got to get them up out of here, y'all. We got to get them up out of here. Because I'm going to tell you the truth. It's almost to the point where it's like they know that they all can't come here. So the ones that do come here, they're like, we going to ruin it. If all of us from all of these countries can't have America, then we're going to ruin it for the Americans. That's what it feels like, bro. That's what it feels like. And then they have the nerve, the audacity, the unmitigated gall to be acting like they have a right to be here. Not understanding that they're guests. You're a guest. In the same way you were invited, you can be uninvited. Same way you were told that you were welcome to come here, we can tell you that you're no longer welcome. And before anybody tries to say anything, I have seen people in other countries saying that they don't want Americans there. Haven't y'all? Haven't y'all? I've seen people in other countries saying that they don't like Americans and they don't want Americans in their country. I've seen them say it. I've seen them say it. So before you get upset with me and try to say to me, oh, come on, Angry Man, why you going? I don't care about none of that, bro. I don't care about none of that. This is my home. This is my home. And I got every right to say I don't think we should be opening the floodgates and letting everybody come up in here. I got every single right to say that. Because I'm not like a lot of you black folk in this country. I'm smart enough to know what I got. I'm smart enough to know. Y'all can take it for granted if you want to. Y'all can take it for granted if you want to. You can pretend like we not in the land of milk and honey if you want to. But you bugging. Let me go back to these videos real quick. By the way, y'all, we got 24 people out of 50. We still need 26 more people to complete the night. Remember, $5 counts. It's not the size of the contribution. It's just being one of the 50 contributors. Be one of the 50 contributors. And when we do the super chats, your messages will get read. But we are currently at 24 contributors. We need 26 more contributors. So definitely contribute to the show. All of that good stuff. Let me pull this video up real quick.
So Tony Blair has basically been the worst thing that's happened.
The future looks like.
Tony Blair is.
Yeah. These countries that rejected communism are now doing good. Do y'all see the pattern? That's what happens. The moment you try to make your country a communist country, that's when you see the decline. They are desperately trying to do that here. Desperately. They are desperately trying to turn this country into a socialist communist country. And that, look at New York right now. With Ma'am Dummy up there. Look at New York right now.
The poorest state in America is now wealthier than the UK. Mississippi, if you look at why Mississippi, I mean, I keep saying it in a certain way because when you're out there, people can't believe that Mississippi is wealthier than Britain. But if you understand what Mississippi is to the Americans, it's a pretty remarkable stat. But Mississippi has become wealthier than Britain per capita because one of the reasons is their approach to employment regulations. So it's like, we can preach that, this employment rights bill is going to make everything better for everyone and it's going to improve rights. But the reality is it's going to result in a lot less job creation, a lot less wage growth, right? And a lot less economic opportunity. Is completely the opposite of the direction that we want to be going in if we want to be creating wealth. The American dream, when you go out there, it's just very alive and kicking. It's not political. It's completely apolitical. It's embraced by absolutely everyone. Doesn't matter what your role is in society, whether you're an entrepreneur yourself or whether you work for a business, everyone has the mentality that they are an entrepreneur. They treat themselves like a business. They have their own business plan of where they want to go in life. And it's so clear. Whereas I think if you come over here and you go around Westminster or Whitehall, it's like, who's talking about the British dream? Like, is there even a British dream? I don't know what the British dream is anymore. That hasn't always been the case. And again, we've had political parties of all stripes and colors, some more pro-business than others, but it doesn't feel like the British dream is a priority for the government. It's certainly not a priority for this government. In the same way, it's an absolute priority for every single American government, governor, mayor, maybe not the new mayor of New York, but any other governing entity at the moment. It's an absolute priority for them, to the point where it's completely off the cards to even touch it. The poorest state in America is now wealthier. The poorest state in America.
So, Tony.
The poorest
has been released by the Institute of Economic Affairs, which has commissioned some polling by Freshwater Strategy, asking Brits how rich they think Britain is compared to American states. And Brits on average think we're about the 7th richest state out of the 50 of the United States. Now, in reality, according to the IMF, GDP per capita, we would be 51st. We would be poorer than Mississippi, the poorest state.
Good Lord.
It's been released.
The poorest state in America.
Yo, shout out to a Burn King in the building. Appreciate you, brother.
That boy good.
Burn King said, trying to sabotage and outlaw our country from what it truly is. If I buck up against the Constitution, I'm straight up a criminal, no buts and or ifs. That's a fact. That's a fact, bro.
That's that Beano energy.
That is a fact. Real talk.
Has been released by the Institute of
The fact is,
if the UK...
Well,
do you know that when we talk about GDP per capita, the United Kingdom is now poor compared to all 50 US states? And the reason for this really started back in 2008. And for the first time in history, the UK's GDP per capita has dropped below $57,000, putting it behind Mississippi, historically the poorest state in the United States. Economists refer to this as the two lost decades, since between 2008 and 2024, the UK economy only grew by 4%. While in places like the United States, we grew by 50%. And the reason for this has to do with the 2008 financial crisis, Brexit, as well as a policy of cutting public spending. And all these things slowed their economy since the UK was heavily tied to banking, and Brexit made their economy 4 to 5% smaller than if they just stayed with the EU. And basically, the UK government made a host of bad decisions, from underinvesting in infrastructure to things like Brexit. The truth is, the core problem of this issue happened decades ago. And to really understand this, we need to take a look at productivity. And while the average US worker produces $85 of value every hour, the average Brit produces roughly 60. And that's a 30% gap. And this gap isn't because US individuals are way more productive. Instead, it really has to do with the tools that we use. US companies have made significant investment in things like software, machinery, or R&D. But at the same time, the United Kingdom hasn't been able to. Instead, they throw all their money into paying off their debts, or even just paying off the interest of their debts. And UK industrial energy prices are twice or 3 times more expensive compared to the United States, making it hard to run a factory or a data center. And you can say that the core problem here is that the UK has been underinvesting for decades. And as a result, they're getting less and less effective. But this doesn't mean that the United Kingdom is a bad place to live. In fact, the quality of life is still pretty high. And despite the fact that they make less compared to the average American, they also spend much less. They operate on a model of social consumption or a strong social safety net, as well as paying basically zero for things like healthcare. And whether or not this decline in the UK is permanent, I guess we'll find out in the next couple of decades. Do you know that when we talk about GDP per capita, the United Kingdom is
Britain isn't as rich as people think. Historically, the UK was at the top end of the table. When we ask Brits to rank where we are today, many continue to hold this belief. They're wrong, we're falling behind. In our new survey, Brits rank the UK 7th among 50 US states in per person income. In reality, we rank 51st. That's dead last, below Mississippi, below Arkansas. The average Briton is not just simply poorer than the average American, they're also behind the Swiss, Singaporeans, Australians, and Germans. Most people understand Britain is underperforming. When they find out just how far we're falling behind internationally, reaction is shock, embarrassment, and anger. To make the case for pro-growth reform, To fix what's holding us back, we must first explain just how serious the problem has become. To learn more and read the report, visit iea.org.uk.
Yeah. Me personally, I think the reason why they're going through what they're going through is because they're progressive. That's what it is. It's that progressive looking into it's that progressive trying to be more communist, socialist, all of that crap. Bro, that progressive crap is what is basically rotting the UK. Any way you cut it. In fact, let me see if I can find anything on it on YouTube. UK now poorer than Mississippi. My bad, y'all. I'm thinking it's playing. Let's see.
On April 13th, 2026, the Institute of Economic Affairs in London published the results of a national survey that the British government would have probably preferred the British public never to see. 3,000 British voters answered one simple question. If the United Kingdom were a state inside the United States of America, where would it rank for income per person? The average Briton guessed 7th, placing the country above Texas, Florida, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. But the actual answer was 51st, meaning the United Kingdom ranked dead last, behind every single American state, behind Alabama, behind West Virginia, behind Arkansas, and behind Mississippi. The state Americans themselves have mocked for over 150 years as the poorest, slowest, most rural corner of the country. The modern United Kingdom, a country that ruled 1/4 of the planet just 100 years ago, that invented the steam engine and the jet engine and modern banking, that fought Napoleon and Hitler and built the railways of India, is now statistically poorer per person than a state whose median household income ranks 50th out of 50 in America. And almost nobody in Britain knows it happened. The numbers aren't close. British public sector net debt sits at 93% of GDP in early 2026, the highest level since the early 1960s. Roughly £2.9 trillion, or £102,000 of national debt for every household in the country, with interest payments alone costing British taxpayers £111 billion a year. Industrial electricity in the United Kingdom cost 26.63 pence per kilowatt hour in 2026, the highest of the 25 wealthy nations tracked by the International Energy Agency, roughly 4 times what American factories pay. In 2025, the Swiss firm Henley & Partners recorded 16,500 millionaires permanently leaving the United Kingdom, taking $91.8 billion of wealth with them, which became the largest net outflow of rich people ever measured in any country in any year in human history. A further 257,000 ordinary British citizens followed them out the door in 2024, the highest emigration figure since 1964, and 3/4 of those immigrants were under the age of 35. The young, the skilled, and the rich were all walking away at the same time. The International Monetary Fund cut growth to 0.8% for 2026, the sharpest downgrade in the G7. A British GP working for the National Health Service now earns roughly half what the same doctor earns in Sydney, while a British software engineer earns a third of what the same engineer earns in San Francisco. And a British family home near London costs 25 times the average local salary. British industrial output per worker has actually shrunk 0.5% over the last 5 years, the second worst collapse on record. The fifth largest economy in the world has been quietly rotting from the inside for a quarter of a century, and the bill is now coming due. So this is the story of how the country that once ruled the world became statistically poorer than its former colony's poorest state. The story has to start back in 1945. In the summer of that year, the United Kingdom finished the Second World War as the second largest economy on the planet, behind only the United States. London was the largest city in Europe. The British Empire still formally governed India, Nigeria, Kenya, Egypt, Malaya, and dozens of smaller territories stretching across every continent except Antarctica. The city of London processed nearly half of the world's international trade finance, and the pound sterling remained a global reserve currency. On paper, Britain was a superpower, but in practice, Britain was bankrupt. The war had cost 25% of the country's national wealth, burned through 250% of GDP in public debt, killed 450,000 British citizens, and flattened large sections of London, Coventry, Liverpool, and Plymouth, with bread and meat still rationed well into the post-war years. In the general election of July 1945, while Winston Churchill was still in Berlin negotiating the end of the war, British voters threw him out of office and elected Clement Attlee, a quiet socialist schoolmaster who promised to build a brand new Britain from the rubble. Attlee nationalized coal, the railways, the steel industry, the electricity grid, the gas network, civil aviation, and eventually the Bank of England itself. In July 1948, Attlee founded the National Health Service, the world's largest fully tax-funded healthcare system, which still today employs 1.37 million people, making it the fifth largest employer on the planet, behind only the U.S. Department of Defense, the People's Liberation Army of China, Walmart, and McDonald's. The British called this arrangement the post-war consensus, while Americans called it creeping socialism. For about 20 years, the post-war consensus delivered much of what Attlee and his successors promised, with living standards rising, slums being cleared, council housing built at 126,000 new homes per year between 1946 and 1980, and wages climbing steadily. Harold Macmillan, a conservative prime minister, told a crowd in Bedford in 1957 that most British people had, quote, never had it so good. And for a brief window, it was true. However, underneath the comfortable numbers, a slower and uglier process was grinding away because the rest of the world was catching up. West Germany and Japan, both physically destroyed in 1945 and both occupied by American soldiers, rebuilt faster, cheaper, and smarter than Britain ever managed. The West German economy grew 8% per year through the 1950s. The Japanese economy grew 10% per year through the 1960s. Britain, by comparison, grew 2.5%. By 1970, a country that had been the richest large economy in Europe in 1945 had fallen to 14th in the world on income per person, trailing Denmark, the Netherlands, Sweden, and every Nordic country on the map. The world had a name for the quiet decline and called Britain the sick man of Europe. But the sick man got sicker through the 1970s. A coal miners' strike in January 1974 forced Prime Minister Edworth Heath to declare a 3-day working week, which shut offices at lunchtime, turned televisions dark at 10:30 each night to save electricity, and left hospitals operating by candlelight. In 1976, the British government ran out of money and had to beg the International Monetary Fund for a $3.9 billion emergency loan, which was the largest bailout the IMF had ever issued up to that point. Inflation hit 25% that year as the pound collapsed. And then, in the winter of 1978 to 1979, the country ground to a full stop in what became known as the Winter of Discontent. Garbage collectors struck and rubbish piled 10 feet high in London's Leicester Square. Gravediggers struck and bodies stacked in storage because cemeteries could not bury them. Teachers, bankers, and hospital porters all went out as well. At the peak of the cast, Prime Minister James Callaghan flew home from a warm weather summit in the Caribbean and was asked by a reporter at Heathrow Airport what to do about the mounting crisis at home. Callaghan answered he did not think there was mounting chaos. The next day's headline in the Sun newspaper ran 3 words across its front page. Crisis. What crisis? Callaghan lost the election 4 months later. In May 1979, a 53-year-old grocer's daughter from the small English town of Grantham walked into 10 Downing Street and became the first female prime minister in British history. Her name was Margaret Thatcher, and over the next 11 years, she attempted something no British leader had tried since the 19th century, declaring open war on the British welfare state. Thatcher privatized British Telecom, British Gas, British Airways, British Steel, and British Petroleum, and then sold off the electricity grid, the water companies, and the railways. Thatcher crushed the coal miners' union in a year-long strike that ended with the miners walking back to work beaten, and cut the top rate of income tax from 83% to 60%, then to 40%. In 1986, Thatcher deregulated the city of London in a reform called the Big Bang, which flooded the city with American, Japanese, German, and Swiss banks, turning the square mile along the Thames into the largest international financial center on the planet. For most of the 1980s, the reforms worked. Growth accelerated, unemployment fell, London boomed, and the sick man of Europe label faded as American journalists began describing a British economic miracle. The Thatcher Revolution had a price, though, and the bill came due in the regions that the boom forgot, because the coal towns of Yorkshire or South Wales never recovered, and the steel towns of Sheffield and Scunthorpe never recovered, and the shipbuilding towns of Newcastle and Glasgow never recovered. The country that had built the machinery of the Industrial Revolution lost the habit of building things at all, trading in its factories for a financial services industry headquartered in a single square mile of London. By the time Tony Blair won the 1997 general election and moved Labour into Downing Street, the British economy had split almost completely in two. London and the southeast were rich, educated, global, and service-based, while the rest of the country, the industrial north, the old mining valleys, the coastal towns, the midlands, was living on what economists politely called structural unemployment and what everyone else called the dole. The two Britons spoke different accents, voted different parties, watched different television programs, earned wildly different incomes, and the gap kept widening. Tony Blair and his successor Gordon Brown rode the financial boom of the late 1990s and early 2000s for everything it was worth. As London's banks lent money to everyone, house prices doubled, then tripled, then quadrupled, and Blair opened British borders wide to citizens of the new Eastern European members of the European Union in 2004, driving population growth and consumer demand.
You see that? That's where it starts. You see that? What are we currently doing right now in the United States? Isn't the price of housing going up, or has already went up? The cost of rent has went up. Didn't Biden open the damn borders up? Like we're headed for the same bullshit if we don't do something about it.
Spending climbed from 35% of GDP in 1997 to 42% by 2008. Nobody in Westminster noticed that every percentage point of British GDP growth was borrowed, either from foreign lenders, from Chinese savers, or from British homeowners mortgaging properties that were about to collapse in value. In September 2008, the American investment bank Lehman Brothers went bankrupt, and the 40-year British experiment in financial services as a substitute for manufacturing unraveled in a single afternoon. Two of Britain's four largest banks had to be nationalized to stop them from going under, costing the British taxpayer £137 billion in direct cash and guarantees, as GDP fell 4.3% in 2009 in the steepest British recession since the 1930s. Most importantly of all, British productivity, meaning the amount of economic output the average British worker produces in 1 hour of work, which remains the single most important number in any modern economy, simply stopped growing. Between 2008 and 2024, British productivity per hour worked grew by an average of 0.6 per year, the worst performing among the 7 wealthy group of 7 economies other than Italy. Between 2019 and 2024, British productivity actually contracted by 0.5%, the second worst 5-year collapse since British statisticians started tracking the number in the 1970s. American productivity, by comparison, grew 1.9% per year over the same stretch, driven by the technology industry and a domestic energy boom from shale oil and shale gas, so American workers pulled steadily ahead while British workers fell quietly behind. Nobody in London had any idea why. The answer, when economists finally pieced it all together, was simple and honestly ugly. The country had stopped investing, stopped building, and stopped making. British firms spent 18.9% of GDP on capital investment in 2024, the lowest rate in the G7, while British infrastructure crumbled and British trains still ran on Victorian-era track. Whenever researchers at Oxford, Cambridge, or Imperial College London did invent something valuable, the technology was almost always sold to an American buyer within 5 years. ARM Holdings, the Cambridge-founded semiconductor designer whose chips sit inside nearly every smartphone on Earth, was sold to SoftBank of Japan for £24.3 billion in 2016, and then listed its shares, not in London, but on the American NASDAQ in September 2023. Keep in mind, the British artificial intelligence lab responsible for some of the most important AI breakthroughs in human history was sold to Google in 2014. British Volt, a £3.8 billion electric vehicle battery factory the British government had promised would anchor the country's green industrial future, collapsed into bankruptcy in January 2023 and was sold for scrap at £8.6 million, roughly 0.2% of what the project was supposed to cost. The country still produced world-class talent, but could no longer hold onto any of it. That slow motion transfer from London to Boston, from Cambridge, England to Cambridge, Massachusetts, from Imperial College to Silicon Valley has accelerated at the exact moment that the British government has decided to make Britain more expensive to live in, build in, work in, and be wealthy in than at almost any other time in its modern history. The total British tax burden, meaning government revenue as a share of the whole economy, will reach 37.7% of GDP by 2027 to 2028, the highest level in British post-war history. The personal income tax allowance, meaning the amount a British worker can earn before paying any tax at all, has been frozen at £12,570 since 2021, and the freeze has now been extended all the way to April 2031. That single policy, freezing the threshold while wages slowly rise, will quietly raise £55.5 billion a year for the British Treasury by 2030, the largest single tax increase in 60 years. And almost nobody in the country realizes it is happening. By 2030, 24% of British taxpayers will be paying the higher 40% rate of income tax, up from just 15% in 2021. In the painful middle stretch of the income scale between £100,000 and £125,140 a year, a bizarre quirk in the British tax code gradually strips away the personal allowance itself, producing an effective marginal tax rate of 62% for exactly the kind of mid-career professionals, doctors, engineers, small business owners, and senior civil servants any country wants to keep. A British worker earning £110,000 a year pays a higher marginal tax rate than a British worker earning £400,000 a year. In October 2024, the new Labour government of Keir Starmer and Chancellor Rachel Reeves added a £25 billion hike to employer national insurance contributions, raised capital gains tax from a top rate of 20% to 24%, extended inheritance tax to private pensions starting in April 2027, capped agricultural property relief, which triggered the largest protest by British farmers since Starmer took office. The November 2025 budget added another £26 on top of that, leading the Independent Institute for Fiscal Studies to call the British Parliament, quote, the largest tax-rising parliament on record. So instead of actually learning how to manage the government's money, they just want to raise revenue instead. And that is easier said than done on a personal financial level. And that is why tens of thousands of active monthly users use the Dollarwise budgeting app. You can't always control what money comes in, but you can control where it goes. When people use DollarWise, it automatically accounts to their connects and they get the insights they need to actually choose what they spend their money on and where they want their goals to be in relation to that in the coming weeks, months, and years. DollarWise is the best budgeting app to actually change your financial life. And there's a free trial, so there's literally no downside to checking it out. Download DollarWise or go to dollarwise.com or click that link in the description below. The response from the people who have the money and the mobility to respond has been simply to leave. In 2025 alone, Henley & Partners recorded 16,500 millionaires permanently leaving the United Kingdom, meaning 16,500 people who sold their British houses, closed their British bank accounts, gave up their British tax residence, and moved. The total wealth that walked out with them was $91.8 billion, the largest single-year net outflow of rich people ever recorded in any country anywhere. You might recognize some of the names. Lakshmi Mittal, the steel billionaire worth £14.9 billion who had been, until recently, a major donor to the Labour Party, left London for Dubai and Switzerland, citing the new inheritance tax rules on worldwide assets. Richard Noda, the vice chairman of Goldman Sachs in London, moved to Milan under Italy's new flat tax regime, which caps annual tax on foreign income at 200,000 euros regardless of wealth, becoming the first active senior investment banker to openly relocate. John Fredrickson, the Norwegian-born shipping magnate worth £13.2 billion, sold his London mansion and said, quote, "Britain has gone to hell." And Charles Mullins, a plumber turned millionaire who founded Pimlico Plumbers, one of the most famous small business success stories in British history, a man who has spent 30 years on British television telling young people that working class Britain could still produce millionaires through hard graft and honest trade, sold everything, moved first to Spain and then to Dubai, and said publicly on his way out that Britain has declared war on the people who paid for Britain. But the exodus itself is not limited to the top of the wealth distribution. The Office for National Statistics recorded 252,000 British citizens permanently emigrating, the highest number in more than 60 years of records, with 3/4 of those emigrants under the age of 35. The departing cohort includes the next generation of British doctors, engineers, software developers, accountants, architects, and entrepreneurs, which is the exact human capital every healthy economy on Earth is fighting to retain. A British-trained junior doctor working full-time for the National Health Service makes roughly £37,000 a year. A British-trained junior doctor who relocates to Perth, Australia, makes roughly £80,000 a year for the same work, with shorter shifts, more autonomy, and the weather of Southern California. The Competent Authority Pathway, a special streamlined registration system, allows British doctors to skip the normal Australian medical exams entirely and start practicing within weeks of landing. Australian recruitment agencies now stand outside National Health Service picket lines during British doctor strikes, handing out business cards. In 2024, British-trained doctors became the single largest source of overseas medical recruits for the entire Australian healthcare system. British industrial electricity costs roughly 4 times what American industrial electricity costs, which is the difference between a factory surviving and a factory shutting down. In January 2025, AstraZeneca, the British-Swedish pharmaceutical giant that is the single largest company on the London Stock Exchange by market value, canceled a £450 million vaccine manufacturing expansion at its site in Macclesfield, England. In September 2025, AstraZeneca paused a further £200 million research expansion in Cambridge, with the company's chief executive, Pascal Soriot, telling investors that the United Kingdom, the company's own home market, was quote, increasingly ruled out for new investment, while AstraZeneca committed $50 billion of new spending to the United States through 2030. In April 2025, Ringworth, the last functioning crude oil refinery in Scotland, shut down its primary processing units after 100 years of operation, eliminating 400 direct jobs and leaving Scotland dependent on imported refined fuel. In September 2024, the Indian-owned Tata Steel plant at Port Talbot in South Wales closed its its last blast furnace, ending more than a century of primary steel production in Wales and ending primary steel production in Britain, the country that invented the modern steel industry in the 1850s, whose Bessemer converter changed the course of the Industrial Revolution, is now the only major economy on Earth that cannot produce new steel from iron ore, while Germany runs 8 hydrogen-based green steel projects under construction. France 3, Spain 2, and the United Kingdom 0. As British manufacturing quietly folds, the London Stock Exchange, one of the most important securities markets in Europe, has been bleeding its largest companies to New York. The London Stock Exchange hosted just 18 initial public offerings in 2024, the lowest total since modern records began in 2010, and Flutter Entertainment moved its primary listing to New York after a 98% shareholder vote. CRH, the $75 billion building material.
You know what's crazy about this? What's crazy about this is our country is going to be headed in the same direction if we don't stop these Democrats, bro. If we don't stop these Democrats and get these freaking libtards out of power, we're going to be, because it's like, bro, I don't know what it is with these people. Everybody thinks they're going to be like, it's like back in the day, whenever young dudes used to watch Scarface. You know what I'm saying? They would watch Scarface and they would watch him have his entire situation, end the way it ended. And then cats would go out and become drug dealers like they wasn't going to end up like Scarface. Like, they're going to be the ones that aren't going to have the same result. And it's like, it's like this with these economies. Like, all of them keep doing the same crap. And it's like, bro, if it didn't work for them, why do you think it's going to work for you? Like, they all just keep trying to do the same crap. And it's like, bro, if it doesn't work, stop doing it. You know what works? What built these countries. That's what works. That's what works. You cannot have a country where you're pricing the working class man out of a normal lifestyle. You have to have it to where the working class guy, the working class man, is able to provide for a family that encourages him to have a family, right? That's, bruh, you can look at any country in the modern age, any country. Those countries thrived when they had a thriving middle class, period. Point blank, end of discussion. End of discussion. There's no way around it. There's no way around it. But see, they keep trying to come up with a new form of economy. Instead of just, they're like, oh, we got to get rid of capitalism. There's nothing wrong with capitalism when you do it right. In fact, let me show you this video I came across with these new age progressives. Let's see. Let me pull this video up so y'all can see exactly what I'm talking about. I came across a person complaining about capitalism, right? Watch this. Here it is right here.
UHP, fuck you. Kristen's UHP, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm so sick of capitalism, bro. Because, like, seriously.
I'm so sick of capitalism, bro. So she starts out by saying, F Hewitt Packard. F you, Hewitt Packard. F you. I'm so sick of capitalism.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I've had this printer for 5 fucking years. Okay, I've never connected it to Wi-Fi, ever. I have the cord that goes directly into my fucking system, right? Right? I'm trying to make Zelda characters for my daughter's birthday. That's in 2 fucking days. She wanted to print off some characters. I was going to cut them to have decorations for her cake, right? I have ink. Because it says I have ink. Look, I have ink. Just wait, because I'm going to show you how fucked this is. I'm going to show you how fucked this is. I go to print, and nothing's happening. I'm like, what the fuck? What is going on, right? Well, look, here, I have my little fancy schmancy ink. I've been using the On ink because it's literally like $40 fucking cheaper forever. For literally ever. I've never had an issue. I printed off something literally 2 fucking days ago. But I've been getting this message every time. You need to connect to Wi-Fi. You need to connect to Wi-Fi. You're going to lose the ability to print soon. I'm like, dude, it shouldn't matter, right? Because I have it directly plugged into the computer. What does Wi-Fi have anything to do with it when you have the cord directly plugged in to the hard drive? Right? So I was ignoring it. Well, wouldn't print, right? So I'm like, okay, finally. It's like, you need to connect to Wi-Fi. You need to connect to Wi-Fi. I was like, okay, finally I connected to Wi-Fi. You see that the ink, it's full. So it's registering the ink, obviously enough to register the levels and stuff like that, right? I go to print. Ready? The indicated cartridges have been identified as altered or cloned. HP printers require original HP. Those are like $40 more. Those are really like $40 more. Again, I have been using this for years. It is a perfectly functioning fucking printer. It works fine. I have been using this ink for years. Like, how is this legal?
Let's pause right there. She said, how is this legal? You want to know what's funny about this whole situation? First of all, let me say this. Nothing annoys the hell out of me more than fully grown adults that do not understand how the world works. And all they do is complain about it incessantly, as if this has not been the world they have been living in this entire time. And I'm so glad that I was born a Gen Xer, because I don't have meltdowns about stuff like this. I don't. And the reason why I don't is because I understand the world that I live in. So the funniest thing about this, she says, I've been using the On ink this entire time. I get it because it's $40 less than the HP ink. Here's my question, lady. If you happen to come across this video, what type of printer are you using? An HP printer, right? Guess what? If I started a company to make printers, I'm going to make money by selling you a printer. I don't want to just sell you a printer and then that's it. You're no longer my customer. No, I want a repeat customer. So when I sell you the printer, I'm going to sit back and say, well, she bought the printer for me because there's numerous types of printers you can get. There's all kinds of printers you can get. I'm pretty sure On has printers, considering the fact that they sell ink. Numerous manufacturers. You chose HP. You chose to get HP, Hewlett Packard. So Hewlett Packard is depending on and relying on the fact that you are going to buy Hewitt Packard ink to go in your Hewitt Packard printer. And you want to know what's funny about this? The reason why it keeps telling you to connect to Wi-Fi is so they can make sure that you're not buying another brand of ink. They want you to buy their ink, which makes sense economically. It makes sense business-wise, right? Now, here's the funny thing about it. The funny thing about it is you said, how is this legal? If you really want to be honest, you're the one that's stealing from them. If you really want to be honest, you're the one that's stealing from them. Because here's the reality. And I hate to have to be like this, but as a Gen Xer that have gotten up in the age, I feel like I got to talk to you the way the greatest generation used to talk to us. If you didn't want to pay that much for Hewitt Packard ink, you shouldn't have bought an HP printer, you big ass baby. But see, we already know what time it is, and I hate to have to go on this epic rant, but I gotta go on this rant because you know what? I can't stand adults that got messed up priorities. Here's a reality check for you. Let's think about this for a second. You just said, I'm trying to print Legend of Zelda characters for my daughter's birthday. Well, if you can't afford the ink to put in the damn printer that you're trying to print these characters on, do you think you should be throwing a birthday party? That's some shit I never understood. I never understood adults that threw birthday parties for their kids and they were broke. I never understood it. I never understood it. See, here's the thing. Birthday parties, proms, vacations, that's shit people do when they're stable. That's shit people do when they're not struggling. But see, the problem with our society is everybody thinks they're supposed to do things that they can't afford to do. Because here's the reality. It's just like whenever I bring up the fact that I like, I'll be like, yo, I like Range Rovers. I'm thinking about getting a Range Rover. Every time I bring that up, somebody will jump in the chat room and say, you know, the maintenance on those Range Rovers is high. Shut the fuck up. If you can't afford the damn maintenance on a car, you can't afford the damn car. That's how that works. If you can't afford the ink in a Hewitt Packard printer, it means you can't afford the printer. You can't afford the printer. What you did is you went and bought some shit that you knew you couldn't afford. Because when you bought it, I'm pretty sure you looked at the damn ink cartridges. I'm pretty sure at first you bought the ink cartridges. Then you realize I can't afford these ink cartridges. Let me try to nigger rig some shit. Let me try to figure out a way that I can get over. And you know what getting over does? It doesn't encourage you to do better. It encourages you to do worse. That's what it does. Because when you look at the printer and you go get the on ink, it's like, wow, this ink is $40 less and it works. Then you look around at whatever else you can fucking nigger rig. Then you look around at everything else. Where else can I cut some corners? Cutting corners does not encourage you to do better. It doesn't. Cutting corners only encourages you to try to figure out more ways to cut corners. Instead of stepping your damn game up, being an adult and doing better. It's annoying. It's annoying. The reality is you can't afford to give your daughter a birthday party. You can't afford to have a Hewitt Packard freaking printer. You probably can't afford a lot of things because you're skating through life, coasting through life instead of stepping your game up. You can't afford the ink in an HP because you're broke. It has nothing to do with capitalism. It has nothing to do with corporate greed. Every single person in this country has the right to start a business. And if they start that business, they have a right to charge what they want to charge for their product. In addition to that, they have a right to charge what they want to charge for the accessories that go with that product. That's the reality. You don't like it? Get a different printer. Get a cheaper printer with a cheaper freaking ink. Or don't have a printer at all. There's an idea. Wait until you can actually afford a printer. Wait until you can actually afford to throw birthday parties. There's an idea. There's an idea with your entitled, spoiled ass. Jesus Christ. How is this not legal? How is this legal? How is this legal? That printer says Hewlett Packard. Doesn't say Brienne. That's her name. Doesn't say Brienne. It says Hewlett Packard. Then you got people in the chat room trying to give her more hustle ideas. Some other white chick jumps in there and says, ma'am, please see this. Factory reset the printer. Do not update it. Do not leave it connected to your computer when you factory reset it. And look, let me pull the photo again. Let me pull the photo again. See that face? You see that face? That is the face of someone who has failed at adulting and wants to blame everybody else for it. Wants to blame corporations for it. Wants to blame capitalism for it. You know what? You know what's sad? What's sad is there was a time where when I was younger, matter of fact, I don't think I ever really complained about how much stuff costs. Now that I'm really thinking about it, even when I was struggling, I don't think I ever complained about how much things cost. You know what I used to do? Whenever there were things that I couldn't afford to buy, I would get mad at myself. I get upset with myself. You know, I see something that I can't afford. I'll be like, damn, man, I need to step my game up. That was my mentality. My mentality was, I need to step my game up. I need to tighten up. I need to tighten up. I need to get to some paper. I need to get some real money. You feel me? That was my whole mentality. That was my entire mentality. My entire mentality was I need to step my game up. I need to make more money. But I can't complain. I can't complain to a company about what they charge for that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Like, you want to know what's crazy? Like, I get the arguments that people are making when it comes to, the cost of living and all of that stuff. And some things are ridiculous. I do get that, right? If somebody got up here and they were complaining about, say, the cost of mortgages, right? Or they were complaining about an SUV being over $100K, right? If they were complaining about a freaking Chevy, Tahoe, you know, being over 100 grand. That would make sense, right? It's like, yeah, that's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? If they're complaining about the cost of mortgages and, you know, things that are big ticket items, right? That makes sense. But when you get on the internet to have an entire meltdown over printer ink, you suck at life. You suck at life. You absolutely, positively suck at life. When you're having a full-on meltdown, damn near in tears, face flush, red, and all of that, over a $40 difference in ink. That shit is sad. That shit is sad. It's pathetic, if you really want to be honest. It's pathetic. But yo, we about to get to the super chats. Currently, we got 26 people. We still need 24 people to support the show. We still need 24 people to support the show. 24. Hit the Cash App and support the show. Hit the Cash App and support the show.
It's time for the Super Chats.
Let's see who we got here. We got a bunch of, shout out to South 343B, says salute, bro, new to the channel. Appreciate you. Let's see who else we got. Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? Stop fucking doing that, bro. Stop doing that. Oh my God, are you serious right now? What in the fuck? Yo, y'all are lucky we're on a live right now because I don't usually type to AI. Like I have Whisper. So what I do is I hit my function button and I talk to dictate orders to AI. And if I wasn't on this live right now, I would be cursing AI out right now. I'd be cursing Claude out right now. Because it's just being goofy for no reason. It didn't do all of that day before yesterday. It didn't do all of that at all. And that's just tripping. Like for real. Shout out to Bob. He said one of the reasons America keep getting immigrants is because America's population keep declining since the 60s. That ain't got shit to do with it. That ain't got shit to do with it. That ain't got shit to do with it at all. That ain't got nothing to do with it. Let's see. Shout out to Dale. Dale said the United Arab Emirates economy size is close to states like Indiana, Minnesota, and Maryland. Appreciate you. Let's see. Shout out to official DJ Quan. Said, don't realize how soulful the Ray Charles version was. Ooh wee. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That joint is fire. It's fuego. For real. This is crazy. This is crazy. I wish I could build it right now. I wish I could address it right now, but I already know I can't really do it right now in the middle of this because it's going to take a while. I already know it's going to take a while. You feel me? Already know. Let's see. We got a couple more. Shout out to Dorian. Dorian said, to me, this is a gender thing more so than a generational thing. The amount of women on the internet complaining every day is crazy. Bruh, don't even get me started on that. Oh my God. Don't even get me started on that, bro. Like, real talk. Shout out to Crocodile Tears. He said, AM, that rant was something. Oh, I'm not finished.
That's that. We know energy.
I'm not finished. We got one more topic before I get to the Adrien Broner situation. And both topics, the next topic and the Adrien Broner situation, I got a rant for that too. Trust and believe. Please believe me. But let's get to this next topic. Let me pull the video up real quick so you guys can see it. Boop a doop a doop a doop a doop doop boop boop a doop a doop a doop boop boop boop. Here we go, right here. By the way, like I said, man, make sure you guys are supporting the show. We got 28 people so far. We still need 22 people to reach our goal of 50 contributors. So definitely be one of the 50 to support the show. All of that good stuff. Y'all know what it is. So let me pull this video up. I came across this today. And I did a video about this a while back. I just didn't go too in depth, but I'm going to go in depth today. So let's pull this up.
Because when I walked in, it was packed. And what do you think I saw? What do you think I saw?
What'd you see?
Exactly what I thought I was going to see.
What?
80 women sitting alone. No men in sight. None.
I saw so many Black women try to solve a problem in dating by starting to host events in person, trying to create third spaces to facilitate dating like offline. And you know what would happen every single time? The men were not signing up. They would be selling tickets to speed dating, and they would always end up with men's tickets on sale. Always, because they weren't buying any. Just the other day, a big account that I follow for Black creatives did like this Cupid thing where they were like, hey, send us a profile about yourself and we would love to post it and like play matchmaker. Sounds like a cute idea, right? Not one single man sent their profile in. And mind you, this is an account that has well over 100,000 followers. It's just time to stop. It's time to stop. They have made it very loud and clear that they do not.
Singles event, and here's why I think we're doomed to be single for the rest of our lives. That was a bit dramatic, but let me tell my story. So I went to singles night at churches Charlotte campus. Now, I don't go to that church, but I started following Pastor Stephen since he was a guest pastor at my church earlier this month. And when I found out that he was writing a book on dating and relationships, I was interested because, listen, your girl could use some divine intervention in that area. But I'll be honest, I didn't want to go at first. I figured it's a Christian singles event. There's going to be 11 women there and like 2 men. Plus, they were advertising it as a conversation that you wouldn't expect to have at church. And I thought, I've heard enough of those modern dating and relationship podcasts. I don't need to hear any more, especially not with a biblical spin. Instead of having meaningful conversations about finding and building Christ-centered relationships,
We just left the event. So I think we were just saying that we think that we've actually hit rock bottom. No, it was actually. We think we've actually hit rock bottom, and I think we were either punked, catfished, or like a 6-year-old.
And my spirit, while I was there, my spirit told me, no mas, por favor. I am not going to no more of these. Okay? That rhymed, period. I'm not going to anymore. And here's why. So that singles event was cool because they actually had a mix and mingle session at the end where they put us in a very cool atmosphere for people to talk and meet with each other. Although there was like 3 men there and 300 women, I loved the fact that they did that. I thought that was really cool. But my thing is, you go to one single event, you go to them all. They got the same message, and I'm going to tell y'all what they be saying so that you can know ahead of time. If you feel like you're called to go, go. If you feel like the Lord is telling you to go, go. If you've never been, go. If you want to mix and mingle with other single people, go. But let me tell you, this is going to be the singles conference starter pack. I'm going to tell you what you're going to get. Okay?
I'm going to get hate for this, but whatever. I approached a Black man this week at like a dating event and he was not interested in me. And that by itself is like not a great story, right? I tried to shoot my shot. He was not interested. I moved on. But immediately after I walked away from this man, he went up to a group of 5 white women and he introduced himself to all of them. And then I kind of observed out of like the corner of my eye for the rest of the evening, this man was only going up and talking to different white women. Later that night, another very attractive Black man came in, the exact same thing, only talked to the white women that were in the room. There were maybe 6 or 7 Black women throughout. And I could tell, I would look over at the Black women occasionally, they would be looking, we would all be observing the same thing. We're all thinking the same thing, right? And as someone who has reviewed a bunch of different like dating events, I have seen this play out so many times where you walk into a room, the Black women are looking for other Black men and the Black men are not looking for Black women. Unless the host of the event is like a Black person or a person of color. And as much as I say that I am going to start dating outside my race, my mind, whenever I walk into like...
So, you saw what the sisters were saying. Let me start by saying this, because there's so much to unpack from that situation, right? There was something that I was thinking about as I was watching the video that came to my mind. Oh, for everybody that was watching this video, I want to show you something very interesting. And this is going to prove where brothers' mindset is at when it comes to this. Because a video like this, a compilation like this, you'll see these women seeming distraught, hopeless. Oh my God, I went to an event and, you know, there was nothing but women there. There were no men there. It's painfully obvious that they've decided blah, 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 right? Then you have the ones talking about how the brothers come to the event and they only talk to the white women, right? If you go to the comment section of this video, because as you can see, the top of the video, it says, hold the line, fellas. This is what they wanted. If you come to this comment section, you will find numerous brothers in the comment section talking about everything except women. This brother posted a picture of a motorcycle. He said, I finally bought the bike, guys, almost 20 years later. This guy said, I made these yesterday. Man, they were delicious. He got some ribs on the grill. Another fella says, fellas, I got my CDLs now. I can provide a lot better for my family. Another guy says, I put a shed in my backyard. One brother says, so no bears showed up? That's weird. Another guy said, anyway, guys, after 5 years, I finally finished working on my car. I'm ready to mod it now. Another guy says, I just got my apartment, fellas. Another guy says, fellas, I just bought my first investment property. Another guy says, NFL is 47 days away. Let's go. Another guy said, I finally got a Hellcat, fellas. Then somebody posted a picture of Kevin Samuels giving the salute. Said, I mean, he told y'all. So that right there is an indication of how unbothered the brothers are when it comes to your hopelessness. The fact that you can't find any marriageable men or dateable men. The fact that you can't even find men to date you. They don't care. They're done caring. Now, I'm going to say this. I'm going to make this statement. And this is going to be a harsh statement. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow. But the red ones often are. Here is the reality to the sisters of the world. Maybe not all of you. Maybe not every last one of you. But as a group, I hate to have to tell you this, but sisters, the brothers don't want you no more. I mean, you look, it's just like Alfred told Batman in The Dark Knight. He said, look at what you did. You hammered him to the point of desperation. What did you expect? What did you expect was going to happen after generations, years, 50, 70 plus years of black men ain't shit? They're abusers. They're horrible fathers. They're broke. They're a bunch of mama's boys. They're not real men. They don't protect their women. How long did you think you were going to shit on these men and they were going to just keep loving you? They were going to just keep coming back to you. Like, how? Don't you know everybody has a breaking point? Now, the ironic thing is when I showed you the video, you had the one sister at the end of the video that said anytime she went to a dating event that was mixed company, she would notice that the brothers would come in, but they would never talk to the sisters. They would only go up to the Snow Bunnies, the Beckys, and introduce themselves. Now, the funniest thing about this is the fact that she, like so many other sisters, doesn't believe that's her fault. In fact, I would argue that the majority of the sisters think that the reason brothers date outside of their race is because of some sort of imperialistic programming or some deep-seated self-hatred that makes them want to date someone other than their own. This is their excuse. They will look at the average brother and they'll say, oh, the reason why you date outside your race is because you hate yourself. Can't possibly be because the women of other races treat them better. It can't possibly be that. Then again, I told you, when it comes to the sisters, you're dealing with one of the most racist groups in this country, right? Because at the end of the day, they can date William Cartwright all day, and that's considered a win. That's considered a victory. But when you decide to date Becky, Susan, right? Rebecca, you feel me? You're a sellout. You're a self-hating sellout. You're the type of brother that didn't like your mama, and so you didn't pick a woman that looked like your mama. Has nothing to do with the treatment that they receive from the sisters. Has nothing to do with that. I guarantee you, if you ask the average brother that dates outside of his race, I guarantee you if you ask him, who did you date before the first non-black woman that you dated? Who did you date before that? Who did you date before that? I guarantee you every other woman that he dated prior to that is going to be a sister. And the only question is this. The only question is this, right? At what point do you finally look in the mirror? At what point do you finally realize? Because look, I'm telling you right now, as God is my witness, this is the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Y'all are horrible. The entitlement, the attitudes, the unwillingness to be submissive. And you think there's nothing wrong with it because for a very long time, you have been able to find men that were willing to tolerate it. For a very long time. You've been able to find men that were willing to tolerate it. And see, here's the sad part. The sad part is that you don't realize that there's a huge difference between being tolerated and being loved. See, the only reason why this phenomenon didn't happen sooner is because most brothers throughout their lives, they have been programmed to believe that dating outside of their race is a cardinal sin. In other words, it's cultural, not because of racism. And when I say racism, I mean, it's not that these brothers were taught by their families to dislike non-black people. That's not why. See, they were taught to stick with sisters because of loyalty to the culture. Black love is beautiful, all of that stuff, right? Which lets you know, right, how drastic it's got. Because I need you to think about that for a second. Think about the fact that y'all have been so horrible to these brothers. that you have single-handedly accomplished something that most people can't accomplish in generations, which is you were actually able to break a generational habit. We can't stop. Look, brothers and sisters have been eating chitlins since slavery. Even after you tell them it's not good for you, even after you tell them where chitlins come from, they will not let it go. But all it took was a couple of generations for these brothers to quit y'all cold turkey. That lets you know right there. That lets you know something right there. And you refuse to see it. You refuse to see it. You will go, like, do you have any idea how earth-shattering, how catastrophic it is for you, a sister that's single, to say, hey, I'm going to go to this dating event, this speed dating event, and you show up there and it's 300 sisters and not one brother. And not just that event after event after event after event after event. Every single time, it's just a bunch of y'all by yourself. And guess what? You're so stubborn, so hard-headed, that after witnessing that over and over again, you'll figure out some kind of way to make it the brother's fault. They just don't appreciate us. They're intimidated by our education. They're intimidated by a strong, independent woman. They just can't handle a woman like me. Or maybe it's this. Maybe they're tired of every time they meet one of you, you already have kids by another man. And because of that, when he interacts with you, he has to follow a bunch of special rules because you already got a kid. And he got to wonder if the dude that you had that kid by is going to be a problem. Is he going to want to fight you? Is he going to show up to your house one day just randomly? Is he still having sex with you? There's a whole bunch of things. You know, it's called baggage. See, you show up with baggage and you treat the men as if they have to accept your baggage. You treat it like it's normal. You've normalized dysfunction. Maybe it's that. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe the other part of it is when you go on a date with a brother, the first thing you do is tell him all the ways you don't need him. Well, you know, I'm strong and independent. You know, I got my degrees and I got a great job and, you know, I can do for myself. I ain't got to worry about. I got you. Why am I saying this when there's so much on the internet that can say it for me?
And the next time somebody asks me why I'm single, I'm just going to respond because I have a house by myself in my name, 3,000 square feet with an attached garage, a car inside of said garage. And then on the outside of my house, white picket fence. Inside of my house, everything on the inside is brand new, including the water heater, dishwasher. Everything was put in brand new when I moved in. My bathroom, jetted tub. My closet, hers and hers. There's no his. Hers and hers vanity. My baby girl has her own room, her own bathroom. And then I have an extra bedroom that I utilize for my in-home office. Living room, I have 2 of those. Sitting room, 1 in the bedroom. I got space and I don't know what to do with it. We have a dining room. My floors, 15 feet, 22 feet in some places. And I don't need a man to accompany me to be able to keep up with it. $2,500 on the mortgage. It's actually $2,517.22. I pay my own loans when it comes to my vehicle, my house, everything is taken care of by me. And when my baby says that she don't want to see no more ads on Disney Plus, guess who upped it? Me. And when them taxes is due for
Ads on Disney Plus, y'all. Ads on Disney Plus, y'all. She said when my baby didn't want to see no more ads on Disney Plus, I upped it. Disney Plus, y'all. And they be the ones calling brothers bums. They be the ones calling brothers broke and clowning them, right?
my car and for my home, who pays it? Me. Every 6 months for the house, every year for the car. When my baby needs clothes because she's outgrowing everything at the speed of fucking lightning, who's covering that? In my household, me. I'm doing all of this shit over here by myself.
Now, this brother is just going to express the sentiment that I'm getting ready to express, which is congratulations, you're an adult.
And who else was supposed to do it? It's your bills, your kid. Who else is supposed to do it? See, this is the thing that always gets women in trouble because they're trying to cope with the fact that they can't get the man that they want. And so they try to create a narrative that they're doing so well that they don't need a man. That's why. But when you, as a woman, continue to say, I'm doing everything on my own, that's why I don't have a man, you're basically saying, I don't have a man and I'm single because I'm an adult. Like, that doesn't sound right. And it's always interesting because women will always clown men who lead with their wallet, but they'll be the first one to talk about all the money that they spend on their own, paying their own bills, as if they're supposed to get a cookie for that. It's your bills, you're supposed to pay it. It's good that you're doing well for yourself, but millions of Americans every day are doing well for themselves. That has nothing to do with why you're single. You're single because you can't get the man you want.
But see, here's the thing, because I'll take it a step further. So everything she listed sounds impressive when a man says it. No, better yet, let me explain that a little more. When a man lists all of that stuff and he has a woman, he has a wife, which is another adult, and children in his household, then it's impressive. Maybe not the Disney Plus thing, but then it's impressive. You feel me? Then it's impressive. You understand? What she doesn't realize is that everything she listed off is irrelevant because you still ain't got no man. Like that's the subtext to the conversation. That's the subtext. And look, everybody up here knows what I'm saying. Everybody know what I'm saying. At the end of the day, it boils down to this, right? And this is the unspoken truth of it. This is the unspoken truth of it. And everybody knows it. Even if we don't say it out loud. Even if we don't say it out loud, everybody knows it. At the end of the day, you still ain't got no man. I triggered the crap out of a woman on a panel one day. Because she started going, we got into this back and forth. She was trying to talk about relationships and how relationships supposed to work. And I was like, yo, are you married? She's like, no. I was like, yo, how you going to tell us anything about relationships and you ain't got no nigga? And she's like, so what? I got this and I got that. And she started listing off all the stuff. And I said, but you still ain't got no nigga. I should have said you ain't got no man, but I just kept saying you ain't got no nigga. I was like, yeah, you ain't got no man. Well, but I got this. But you ain't got no man. Where's your man? Where's your man? Oh my God, she got so heated. Now, you want to know the reason why she got heated? You want to know the reason why she got heated? She got heated because in her heart of hearts, in the back of her mind, she knows good and well, it doesn't matter how much she accomplished. It doesn't matter what you do. At the end of the day, the world is still gonna ask why you ain't got no man. You're still gonna be judged for not having a man. It's just like men with money. If you a grown man and you broke, the world is going to judge you every day and twice on Sunday. I don't care what your explanation is. They're going to say, where's your money? Why you broke? It's just one of those unspoken rules. And it is what it is. And before women say, well, that's not fair. Why do we get judged for not having a man? Yeah, you get judged for not having a man, but guess what? You never get judged for not having no money. That's why I can't understand why every time you look up, there's a woman bragging about how much money she get. Why are you bragging about how much money you make? No one cares. Nobody cares. I'm here to tell you right now, in the world, a woman that's a millionaire and a woman that's broke, we don't judge you any differently. We don't. Not really. I'm telling you right now. In fact, if you were a multimillionaire and you were ugly and you had a woman over here that was broke and she was pretty, that woman would have more clout than you. That woman would have more social currency than you. The woman that's drop dead gorgeous but she's broke would have way more currency than a woman that's a billionaire and she's ugly. That's the truth. That's the God's honest truth. That is the God's honest truth. Like real talk. And look, that same scenario plays out with the men. It plays out with the men. You could have a guy, right, that has model looks, right? You could have a guy that shows up to a party, right? And he's super handsome, well put together, in shape, looks like he goes to the gym all the time. You feel me? Great hair, just, the physical specimen of what a woman would want. And there's another guy there that looks like Mark Zuckerberg, but he's a billionaire. He's going to get more women than the good-looking guy. And I know y'all don't want to believe that, but it's the truth. If the women know for a fact that handsome guy ain't got no money, but that other average-looking, lame-ass, square-ass guy is a billionaire, they going to be over there laughing at his jokes. They're gonna be, you know, fawning all over him. They're gonna be doing all type, bro. It's just the way of the world. It's just the way of the world. So here's the reality, right? The reality is this. Nobody cares about how much money you women make. We don't. We don't care. That's why it makes no sense that every time you look up your brat. In fact, I'm gonna tell you something else too. It's a turnoff. And it ain't got nothing to do with a guy being intimidated. There is nothing that is a bigger turnoff than when you go on a date with a chick and the first thing she want to bring up is the fact that she has a degree, the fact that she has a great career and she's career driven and she loves her career. We don't care about that shit. We don't care. And y'all just don't get it. You're trying to force us to like the version of you that feminism told you you need to be. And my question is, how many decades have to pass by of that shit failing before you realize it don't work? It doesn't work. If you went on a date with a guy for the very first time and all you talked about was domesticated shit. In other words, if you said, well, you know, I love to keep an immaculate house. I make sure that my house is comfortable and peaceful and blah, 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 and all of that. And I love to cook. Oh, yeah, I love to cook. And if you say something like, there's nothing you love better than to cook for your man, you get pleasure. Like, I could just sit there. I could just sit at the table and just watch him eat. That dude gonna be sitting there like this. I'm sorry, tell me more. Then you start talking about how you don't have no kids. But one day in the future, once you're married, you would love to have some kids. You talking about how you love catering to your man, the special things you do, but he gonna be captivated. He ain't even gonna eat he gonna be on that date. His food is gonna get cold. He not even gonna eat it. He gonna be sitting there like this. By the end of that conversation, that dude is gonna be trying to figure out how he can step his game up to be able to offer you everything he can offer you so another dude don't snatch you up. Y'all don't get it. The key to getting what you want, it ain't no mystery. But you refuse to do it. It boggles my mind. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. Like, you know what I figured out as a youngin', right? This is what I figured out, and I figured it out by accident. I knew it was a thing, but I had never experienced it myself, right? I had never experienced it myself. So, in my first relationship, well, not my first relationship, but my first long-term, weird cohabitating relationship with my kid's mother, right? early on when I had my first place, right? There was a point where when we started out, we both had a job. We both had a job or whatever, right? And then we both ended up losing our job. So we're in this apartment. We got this place. We done both lost our job. We got to figure it out. Now, I was able to figure it out faster than she was. And so I ended up in a situation by accident where I was the sole breadwinner. It was on me. It was all on me. Now, it wasn't by design. It wasn't on purpose. It wasn't any of that. It just, it's a situation where we need this money. We got to pay this rent. We got to pay these bills. I got to get it. I got to figure it out because I'm not, and keep in mind, it wasn't me thinking like I'm a man and I'm the man of the house and I got to do this and it wasn't none of that. If we're being totally honest, it was me saying, okay, I don't want to lose my place. And I'm not going to sit around waiting for her to get her shit together or for her to figure out whatever. I'm not waiting on that. It's one of them situations where it's like, if you want something done right, you got to do it yourself. It's one of them situations where it's like, I'm not going to depend on nobody else to make sure I got a roof over my head. I'm going to get out here and I'm going to get it. Right? And so jumped out there, was doing what I had to do to make my money, was doing what I had to do to get right, all of that shit, right? Something interesting happened. Something very interesting happened. This woman was at home with no job. I was going out, making money, paying bills. This is what I noticed. When the responsibility of paying bills was on me and was no longer on her, things got a little more peaceful. She got a little more submissive. She wasn't arguing as much. She wasn't bickering as much. And it hit me. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I said to myself, I said, this is why. This is why them old heads used to pay all of the bills. This is why, because I remember when I was growing up, my father used to say that. He's like, I pay all of the bills. I make sure that I pay the bills because my house and this, that, and the third, and blah, blah, blah. Now, me being a youngin', hadn't been on my own yet, was a teenager. Me being a youngin', I'm thinking, why the hell is he paying this and paying? Why he don't make sure his wife pay this and pay that? You know, in my mind, I'm thinking my pops is a simp. Now, back then, we didn't have the word simp, but if there was a word to express what I felt at that time, I thought that my pops was being a simp. But when I ended up in that situation where the bills was on me and I was, making my money and I was doing what I had to do, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. I said, this is why those old heads paid all of the bills. Now, keep in mind, it didn't get rid of everything, right? Now, I later figured out, I said to myself, if I'm with a woman that liked to argue and liked to go back and forth, and me paying all of the bills had this type of effect on that type of woman, what would happen if I was paying all the bills with a woman that don't like to argue? A woman that's already submissive, a woman that's already the type that like peace and all of that shit. So when people look at me and they say, well, why do you pay 100%? Because I know it works. The old school way of doing it works. And I'm saying all of that to say this. The moment that I became the breadwinner, the traditional man that pays all of the bills, in that moment, I began to get what I want from the relationship. Do you get that? See, if I was on some immature shit, I would have been like, man, I'm not paying all the bills. We live in a day and age where men and women are equal. She can pay this and she can pay that or whatever. So because I'm so worried about what she need to do, I wouldn't even realize that me focusing on what I need to do would ultimately get me what I wanted out of the relationship. If I continued to focus on, well, what is she doing? Why she ain't doing this or why she ain't doing that, I'm still going to end up in a 50-50 situation. I'm paying 50% of everything, but I'm still not getting what I want out of the relationship. Now, I'm saying that to say this to you women. You women that don't want to submit, that don't want to cook and clean, that don't want to be the helpmate, you don't want to be the little lady, all of that crap, right? The reason why you don't want to do it is because you're too worried about what he need to be doing. Not as it pertains to working, but as it pertains to cooking and cleaning or whatever, right? You're worried about, see, that's where we get into trouble as the two sexes. Men get into trouble when we worry about what a woman's paying. Women getting into trouble when you worry about whether or not a man is cooking and cleaning. That's what happens. And see, what y'all women don't realize is that if you just shut the hell up and do what women have traditionally done throughout history, you might find yourself getting exactly what you want out of the relationship, which is a man that provides for you, protects you, and does all of them things that you think men don't want to do nowadays. That's the reality. That's the reality. That's the reality. If you simply did what women traditionally have done, and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why it happens like that, right? I'm gonna tell you why it happens like that. Because certain things trigger other things, right? Prime example. I'm gonna break this down the best way I can. If you show a man that you can take care of yourself, why would his instincts to take care of you ever kick in? If you show a man that you can take care of yourself, why would his male instincts to look out for you and take care of you ever kick in? See, the reality is today's men are not willing to take care of you because you've told them for decades that you don't need them to take care of you. That's the reality. That's the reality. That's the reality. Miss Ronza said, so I have to pretend is what you're saying. No, I'm not saying you have to pretend. What I'm saying is you can keep doing whatever it is you're doing right now. And you can keep getting the result that you get. Smart ass. I'm going to say it again so you can hear it again. I'm not saying you got to do anything. You can keep doing what you're doing right now and keep getting the result that you getting, smart ass. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you have a husband? Yes or no? By the way, y'all, we got 29 people. We still need 21 people. We still need 21 people to reach our goal. She said, yes, sir, I do. How many of y'all believe that? How many of y'all believe that? Let's humor her. Let's humor her. Okay, so you have a husband. Let me ask you this question. How much of the household bills do you have to pay? How much of the household bills do you have to pay? All of them. So you have a husband and he doesn't pay any bills because he doesn't have a job and he doesn't have any income. She said, I didn't say that. I asked her how many of the bills did she pay? She said all of them. There's the message right there. There's the message right there. You said all of them. Said, I pay my way. How about that, sir? I tell you what, I'm going to give you one more opportunity to answer my questions like you got some sense. The next smart ass thing you say to me, I'm booting you out of my chat room, because unlike whatever man you deal with, I don't tolerate goofy shit like that. That's the reason why your ass got to pay your way right now, because of your mouth. If your mouth wasn't so crazy, somebody might be willing to pay your way. So I'm going to ask again, how much of the household bills does your husband pay? Okay. You know what I'm about to start doing? I'm about to start making people that start engaging me like that in the chat room, I'm about to start making them come up on the panel and turn the camera on and talk. That's what I'm about to start doing. But before we go into this last topic, before we go into this Adrien Broner topic, we need 21 people to support the show. We need 21 people to reach our goal. We need 21 people to reach our goal, and we gonna wait until we get those 21 people before we get to this main topic. Now we only need 20 people. Now we only need 19 people. No, what I'm about to start doing is I'm about to start making, like, whenever people come into the chat room like that and they start talking like that, I'm about to start making them come up on the show. I'm gonna start making them come up on the show with their camera on, and I'm gonna ask these questions in real time. That's what we about to start doing. For real. That's what we about to start doing. Real spiel. Yeah, they never show up. They never show up. Because they don't want to get cooked in real time. They don't want to get cooked in real time. Yeah, absolutely. Crocodile tears. They don't got no time to Google. They got to speak in real time. And we know they don't want to do that. But again, going back to what I was saying, where she tried to derail it, right? I told you these women, bro, a lot of these women are hopeless. You know what I'm saying? As much as I don't like to be mean-spirited. In other words, I don't like to be one of those guys that tell chicks they're going to die alone and all of that stuff, right? But if we're being totally honest, a lot of these chicks, they're never going to get it. They're never going to get it. They're just going to continue the same cycle of foolishness because you can't tell them nothing. That's why she came in the chat room with that smart aleck answer, talking about so basically you want me to pretend. Okay. No, keep doing what you're doing. Because it's obviously working for you. Keep doing what you're doing. See, what feminism has done to put women in a disadvantage is it has convinced you to pride yourself on something that doesn't serve you. Especially black women. Like, feminism convinced y'all that saying that you're strong and independent is a compliment. And I'll give some of y'all credit because some of y'all figured out, like, recently, like, you figured it out recently, but a lot of y'all figured it out. Because I've seen a bunch of women I've seen a bunch of black women on the internet saying, yo, stop telling me I'm strong and independent. That's not a compliment. You feel me? Like, it basically relegates you to a space where you're expected to be alone. You're expected to do everything by yourself. Like, there's no other group of women that people place that on. And some of the sisters figured it out. It was like, yo, that's not a compliment. It took y'all long enough. It took you about 20, 30 years, but you finally figured it out. It's not a compliment. It's not a compliment. It's a hustle. It's a hustle. And you're like, well, what's the purpose of the hustle? To keep families broken up. That's the purpose of it. That's the purpose of it. To keep families broken up. Get more money out of people if they're separate than together, right? If y'all ain't with these men, that's two different households. Men typically don't spend a lot of money. Men try to hoard money. So if you two are separated, and so when you have a household, you have a man, you have a woman, right? You have children, right? The man regulates the spending. So he not only regulates his spending, he regulates his woman's spending as well, right? So that's one household with a leader in it that's regulating the spending, saving money, creating family wealth, right? If you take that same household and separate it, now you've got a man in a household by himself. He's still going to try to regulate his spending. But the woman is in a household by herself. She's not going to regulate her spending. She's going to spend like crazy. And so what the system does is it says, okay, we can't get money from the man, but we can get money from the woman if they're separated. So when they're separated, we're getting money from the woman. So we'll use the woman to get the money from the man that we can't get from him without using her. So the woman spends her money and she spends the man's money because she gets the money from alimony and child support, right? Now, if they're together, you can't do that because the man is the leader. That's another reason why they're so against the patriarchy. That's another reason why they try to act like a man being a leader of a household is toxic and all of that crap, because they don't want men regulating women's spending. They want women spending money like crazy. They know they can't get men to spend money like crazy because men don't operate like that. But if they can separate that woman from that man and get her to take out child support and alimony, they can get the man's money through her. That's the reason why they do that crap. That's the reason why they do it. That's the reason why they do it. And it's because we are now in a society that doesn't care about the middle class family, right? Because they're too stupid to realize that if you destroy the middle class, you're going to eventually destroy the damn country, which is the very thing that's going on right now over in the UK that I just showed you, right? And see, they're smart enough to know that only the men have enough foresight to see why that crap is going on and where we're headed. The women don't have foresight like that. They don't have foresight like that. So the system knows it can manipulate the women easily. And so they running around here bragging about, I'm strong and independent. I got my own house. I pay my own bills. And they too silly to know that you're contributing to the destruction of the middle class. You're contributing to the greed that y'all complain about. In fact, I got another video for you. That explains their nature, that helps this system do the crap that it does.
Women don't think like us. They don't have honor, man. Look, read Alison Armstrong. She studied women for the last 40 years. She's like, women don't have honor like men do. They don't think like us. They really can justify in their brains that what's yours is mine. But we don't do that. Like, we go, no, I'll earn it and then I'll give it. But they go, whatever you have is mine. They really have no issue with that. And so everything you're willing to give her while she's already planning to go, she's just going to gather with entitlement. No honor. They don't have it. And is that fair? Fuck no, it's not fucking fair. Is it right? No, because if that was happening to her, she would be like, this is so unjust. This is so unfair. What a scumbag. And she'd be judgmental. But if she can take from you under the guise of this idiot's going to have to give me everything he's got, I'm already leaving. Like, they can justify that. They're a good person, but they would hate being on the receiving end of themselves. Women.
And guess what? The corrupt individuals that are at the top, they figured this out. They figured it out. The average man's weakness is the woman. The average working man's weakness is the woman. So if you're comfortably at the top of the pyramid and you don't want the men at the bottom of the pyramid to be a threat to you, what you do is you empower the woman. You empower the woman to be separate from the man. Okay? Because one, you know that goes against the natural order of things. So the moment you empower the woman to not be submissive and to be domineering and strong and independent, she is now going to be in conflict with the man because the man is the one that is strong and independent. And the moment that his woman starts behaving like him, now there's a conflict. I wear the pants, but you've convinced her that she's better at wearing the pants. And so now every time I open my mouth, she got to argue with me. Every time I make a decision, she has to undermine it. And so now we can't even live together. We can't even cohabitate with each other, not even for the sake of the children, because we're at odds with each other. And us arguing and bickering with each other, that's only going to affect the children in a negative way. Now they're going to grow up and be dysfunctional, right? So eventually the two have to separate. And when they separate, the system says, no, don't let him get the kids. Give the kids to her, because if you give the kids to her, then she's going to need money from him. She's going to need alimony and child support. Because if the kids stay with the father, now the woman can't get money out of him. She may be single now and want to spend all of her money, frivolously, but he's not going to do that, especially if he has the kids with him. What he's going to do is he's going to stack his money. He's going to put money in a Roth RIA. He's going to put money in a freaking college fund for those kids. He's going to be responsible with his money. We can't extract that money out of him the way we can get it out of her. So if she has the kids and we grant her child support and alimony, which are two of the biggest robberies ever created in the history of this damn country. It's robbery. If we grant her custody of the kids automatically, then she can petition the court to get child support from him and freaking alimony from him, and we'll let her get ridiculous amounts of money from him. It doesn't matter if he has any money left to live, because we don't care about that. It's not about making sure that he makes sure his wife is taken care of. It's not about making sure those kids are taken care of. It's about extracting as much wealth from the man as we can, because we know he's not going to spend it. We don't care about them kids. We don't care about her. That's why when you ladies take your behinds down there to welfare to get food stamps and all types of other assistance, when they realize you ain't got no kids, they don't give you shit. You ain't never asked yourself why that is? Oh, you think it's because they're like, well, she's able-bodied. We got to save these funds for the women with kids because we got to make sure the kids are taken care of. No. The reason why when you go down there to get assistance, they want you to have kids is because they know there's a man attached to that. And if you come down there getting assistance, they're going to put that man, they're going to ask you to name that man. Who's the father of those kids? Who's the father? You never ask yourself, why is it if you're a single mother and you and some dude is a deadbeat dad and you just need help with them kids, why is it the government can't give you the money for those kids? Just because you need it. No, they're gonna tell you if you think you're gonna keep getting all of these funds from us, you're gonna name who that father is. We need to know who he is because he needs to be on the hook for this money. He needs to be on the hook for this money, which I find to be interesting because the money that we give to all of these illegal immigrants, we don't put their home countries on the hook for that money. The assistance and all of this shit that we give to Somalians, why isn't there a running tab for Somalia? Y'all owe us X amount of money. And you know, hey, look, if you can't pay it, we're going to have to confiscate the country. We're going to have to turn the country into an extension of America. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but is it really ridiculous? Is it really ridiculous? Because when you have a kid by a woman and that woman goes and gets assistance and they find out you're the father, they want to take all of your shit. They want to take your license. They want to take your car. They want to take your paycheck. They want to take everything. Meanwhile, these folks come here from Somalia. Not only do we give them money here, but we send a bunch of damn money over there. You and I pay that bill. You and I pay that bill. Us tax-paying Americans, we're the baby daddies of the whole damn world. So you got these women that think they're accomplishing something by being separate from their man. Do you realize you could fix the middle class in a generation? In a generation, you could fix it. In a generation, you could fix it. If these women decided, you know what, I'm tired of this whole feminist thing. I want to get married and be a homemaker. You'd fix it in a generation. You'd fix the middle class in a generation. Why? Because the economy would have to adjust. It would have to adjust to it. Instead of it being what, bruh, there's a reason they keep the pedal to the metal. There's a reason they keep the crap going. Okay? And if you think I'm lying, watch this. I'm going to show you something. Watch this. They keep the male, female, they keep the male versus female crap going here in America. They keep it going. If you think I'm lying, watch this.
Kristen Stewart was so right when she said that only men are method actors because of their fragile masculinity. I have been trying to say this for so long. Jared Leto, I'm looking at you. You will never hear a story about a female celebrity who has gone method, so deeply method that they treat people on set like trash. Kristen Stewart was so right when she said that only men are method actors because of their fragile masculinity. I have been trying to say this for so long. Jared Leto, I'm looking at you. You will never hear a story about a female celebrity who has gone method, so deeply method that they treat people on set like trash. I'm not saying Stewart was so right when she said that only men are method actors because of their fragile masculinity. I have been trying to say this for so long. Jared Leto, I'm looking at you. You will never hear a story about a female celebrity who has gone method, so deeply method that they treat people on set like trash. I'm not saying that actresses.
You see it? Do you see it? Do you see it? The cornerstone of any civilization is always going to be the family unit. The cornerstone of any civilization will always be the family unit, no matter what. And see, the sad part is the reason I know that it's not the men is because up until recently, the men still wanted relationships. The men still wanted wives. It was the women who decided they didn't want relationships. It was the women who decided they didn't want to be wives. That's why when I talk about these topics, sometimes they'll jump in the chat room and they'll have a little slick shit to say, but then get mad when we get up here and laugh about winter being here. When they're 50-some years old, 60-some years old in a house by themselves with a cat and we laughing about it, then they're upset. It's like, why are you upset? That's what you wanted, right? That's what you wanted to do, right? So why are you upset? Why are you angry? You chose this. And the sad part is when it comes to the sisters, y'all just don't care. Y'all just gonna crash and burn. Brothers have been up here pleading with y'all. Brothers have been up here telling y'all all day, every day, left and right, twice on Sunday, and y'all still be like, it ain't my fault, it's his fault. It's these men. These men is the problem. These men is the issue. Right? In fact, I came across something. Let me see if I can find it again. I don't think I saved that one, but I'm going to find it. And by the way, while we waiting, let me check the board. So far, we got 33 people. So we still need 17 more people. Make sure you guys are supporting the show. We need 17 people to reach our goal. Let's see.
How does that work with you?
There it go right there. I knew I was going to find it. Watch this.
How does that work with you and your wife? Like, is she more like laid back?
My wife is the most, she's everything that a woman's supposed to be. Soft-spoken, elegant, extremely laid back, extremely.
When y'all get in an argument, what does she do?
We don't do arguments.
Okay.
We don't argue.
If you guys get in a disagreement, what does she do?
She does what grown women do. She lets me be right until I realize I'm wrong.
Damn.
That's how grown women navigate. Yeah, I deal with feminine women.
Wait, say it again.
That was hard. Say it again.
She allows me to be right until I come back and realize I'm wrong. That's what smart
So
women
when
do.
do you come back and realize you're wrong?
It could.
You want to know what's funny about this?
Is the most, she's everything that a woman's supposed to be. Soft spoken, elegant, extremely laid back, extremely.
Her silly ass thinks it's impossible for a man and a woman to be together without arguing. Just let that sink in for a second. Her goofy behind think it's impossible for a man and a woman to be together without arguing. Guess what? I got news for you. If you women stop arguing, there won't be no arguments. I'm gonna say that again. In fact, I'm gonna get on the big screen so you can hear it loud and clear. If you women stop arguing, there won't be no arguments. If you women stop arguing, there won't be any arguments. And the crazy thing is, when he said what he said to her, it's almost like her brain short-circuited. She couldn't even process that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play it again. Like when he said what he said, it's like she had a brain fart. She's like, what? You heard what he said?
How does that work with you and your wife? Like, is she more like laid back?
My wife is the most, she's everything that a woman's supposed to be. Soft spoken, elegant, extremely laid back, extremely.
When y'all get in an argument, what does she do?
We don't do arguments.
Okay.
We don't argue.
If you
see how she kept trying to qualify it with you. No, he's not saying with him. He's saying that's how his wife operates. She don't argue with people. Not just him. Like, it's crazy that these women don't know how to be feminine no more. You know what's crazy? I'm going to tell you what's crazy. What's really crazy is that sisters don't know how to be feminine anymore, but they expect brothers to be feminine. They expect brothers to be feminine. In other words, when she's running her mouth, you supposed to be quiet and just listen. That's what they think is supposed to happen in the black community. And you tell me something, when on planet Earth has that ever been the order of things? I've been around long enough. I've been around long enough to remember that the order of things is dad talk the shit, mama listen. But they done flipped the script. They done switched it up on y'all to where now mama talks shit and dad gotta listen. When? You got these weak ass men, this single mother raised dudes, and they get up here on the internet and they be trying their best to browbeat the rest of us men, those of us that grew up in the real age of men. They try to browbeat us into believing that, well, when you raise the tone of your voice, that's acting feminine. I was on a panel. And some nigga gonna say to me, well, I've seen you on panels where you raise your voice and that looks real feminine. Men are supposed to raise their voice, you weak ass nigga. Men are supposed to get loud. Y'all so stupid, you don't realize that women are the ones who are not supposed to get loud. It's called being a lady. Women are the ones who ain't supposed to raise their voice. Women are the ones who ain't supposed to be cursing. Women are the ones who ain't supposed to be out in the street fighting. And it's funny to me because y'all new age dudes, you be trying your best. You be trying it. You be trying your best to gaslight the shit out of me and convince me that a man is stoic and he's supposed to be quiet and he's supposed to. Let me tell you something. In the Gen X era, whenever there was a dude that his wife was more dominant than him, his wife was beating him over the head and yelling at him and all of that shit, right? And he was just quiet and docile. He was the laughing stock of whatever town he lived in. How many of y'all remember Scruffy Smith? Y'all remember that comic? Let me see if I can pull it up. So this is the comic Scruffy Smith, right? Scruffy Smith was a dude who had a wife that would go upside his head in a New York minute. See, that's his wife right there. That's his wife right there. He was married to an old hag. You feel me? And whenever she got upset with Scruffy Smith, right, she would pick up a rolling pin or a pan or anything like that and go upside his head. That was the joke. That was the joke. That was the joke. That was the joke. That was supposed to be funny, right? In fact, if I'm not mistaken, there used to be a name for it. There used to be a name for it. What was the name of an overbearing wife back in the day? Let's see, the internet might not even show it. A shrew. A shrew. A shrew, right? So here's the thing. Back in the day, remember on The Color Purple when Harpo was talking about Sophia and how Sophia was cutting up and she was just overbearing and he just couldn't do nothing with her. And then Miss Seeley said, well, maybe you ought to beat her. And Harpo, goofy ass, went back home and called himself going to try to wrestle that bear and messed around and got a black eye. See, and by the way, there were some hidden gems in that movie. There were some hidden gems in that movie. Sophia was untamable. Okay. She was married to Harpo and she ran his ass. And if you remember, Mr. used to be so disappointed in Harpo because Sophia used to run over top of Harpo, right? But what happened when Sophia tried to cut up with the white folk? Some of y'all might be too young to know this, but I'm a Gen Xer, so let me point it out to you. Back in the day, if you were what everybody calls a stoic man, in other words, quiet, meek, mild-mannered, and your woman was louder than you, your woman ran the show, there were names for that. They would call you henpecked, pussy whipped. Nobody looked at you like you were a man. And see, I'm going to tell you the truth. And this is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt, but somebody got to say it because I'm tired. I'm tired of all the capping on the internet. I'm tired of all the weak shit on the internet. I'm tired. Matter of fact, press 1 if you want me to tell the truth about the whole stoicism thing. Press 1 if you want me to tell the truth about it. About the whole, I don't get emotional because I'm stoic and I don't raise my voice at women and blah, blah, blah. Here's the truth. The reason why black men get on the internet and say that they're stoic and say that they don't raise their voice and they don't get loud is because they have to try and maintain that frame. Because if the black woman is on a show with them and she gets loud and start cursing and start yelling, he can pretend that he's above it all by being calm and collective, when really he's just being calm and collective because he know he can't match that energy. Because if he starts getting loud with her, she's brave enough to jump on him and whoop his ass. He ain't gonna do nothing because he's scared of going to jail. And these niggas get up here every time, and it's funny as hell to me. These niggas get up here every time, and they try to pretend like I'm stoic because I'm disciplined. No, you stoic because you don't want to get loud with that woman because she'll go upside your head. And you know you can't do nothing about it because if you do, you gonna go to jail, which is where you don't want to go. And that's the main reason why our women don't respect none of you. That's why. That's why they don't respect none of you. Because if your woman is a black woman and she get loud with you and you just sit there quiet, she don't respect you. Not even a little bit. And then you get up here and try to say, oh, well, I don't understand why these women attracted to Pookie. The reason why these women are attracted to Pookie is because Pookie ain't going to let her stand there and scream in his damn face. Pookie ain't going to let her scream in his face, and Pookie ain't going to let her hit him. Pookie going to do what he got to do and go to jail if he got to. And that's the reason why she don't hit Pookie. That's the reason why she don't swing on Pookie. That's the reason why she ain't jumping up in Pookie's face, yelling and cursing and screaming. But she'll yell, curse, and scream at you because when you sitting there stoic, calm, and collective, she views you as a lame. She views you as a sucker. She views you as a punk. And that's real. And that's real. And you can let them sit around and gaslight you and make you feel like, oh, well, a real man is quiet and a real man is, that's the gas. That's the hustle. They telling you that so that they can see. They testing you. I'm going to see if he going to sit there and just take all of this. I'm going to see if he just sit there and, bro, I never forget. I was hanging out with my cousin. And my cousin went over to his girlfriend's house. His girlfriend had a, roommate or whatever. It was 2 black women. Now, his girlfriend, my cousin was a younger cousin, but his girlfriend was in my age bracket. And I even went to school with her. And I know the type of chick she was, right? So we go over there, whatever, right? And we in the crib chilling. And she just starts an argument with him out of nowhere. And at first, he was like, man, ain't nobody trying to hear that, man. Go on here with that BS, right? And she just kept going. Just kept going, right? And I'm listening. And I'm looking at her like, why you keep provoking this man? Like, she just kept going, right? And so finally, he exploded, jumped up, went off. You feel me? Then she got quiet. Because I could tell he wasn't just going off. It was getting ready to get physical. You feel me? So he jumped up, started barking. She got quiet. He storms out the crib, gets in the car, and drives off and shit, right? Left me. I'm still sitting there, right? And I'm not tripping because I'm like, he probably just went to go get some air or whatever, right? So after he left, she went back to doing shit like nothing happened. And I told her, I said, yo, I said, why you start that argument? Because you obviously, like, that brother wasn't even doing nothing. Why you start that argument? She looked me straight in my face and said, every now and then I do that just to make sure I ain't in a relationship with a punk. Swear to God. Swear to God. Looked me straight in my face and said, every now and then I do that just to make sure I ain't in a relationship with a punk. And her roommate was co-signing it. She was like, mm-hmm. And y'all dudes that come up here, y'all ain't fooling me. Y'all ain't fooling me. Every one of you dudes that be talking all that stoic shit, that's a cover. That's a cover. That's a cover. It's just like the dudes that say, when I was growing up, I was a good kid and I got, I focused on my schoolwork because I wasn't ignorant and I wasn't foolish. No, nigga, you was scared to jump off the porch. You was scared to jump off the porch. Well, the reason why I don't got no baby mama is because I thought about my future and I made sure that before I had a kid, I was going to be set and I didn't want to just have a baby mama. Women wasn't fucking you. Y'all got to stop coming up here lying. Okay? Y'all got to stop coming up here lying because here's the thing about our culture. Our culture is debaucherous, dysfunctional, all types of crap. And it's embedded in our culture at this point. So if you're part of the culture, it's kind of hard to escape some sort of dysfunction when you're young. The only way you can really escape it is if you're not really part of it. If your parents is in the suburbs and you grew up in the suburbs, then I could see it like, okay, yeah, he wasn't around any of that shit. But if you grew up in the hood, if you grew up in the midst, in the heart of Black culture, you're going to have some kind of dirt on you. There's going to be something that you did. There's going to be something. You either hung out, partied, or you smoked some weed, or you got a chick pregnant, or you messed around and got in trouble and had to go to jail. There's going to be something on you. There's going to be something on you. And if there's nothing on you, all that tells me is that you were in the house 24/7. You were in the house 24/7, or there was somebody outside that bullied you so much that you couldn't come outside. If you didn't go to dances, parties, and stuff like that, it's either because you were socially awkward or the chicks didn't like you, so you stayed home. See, the thing about it is this: a lot of you dudes, you come to the internet and you try to pretend that you were never one of those guys. You try to pretend that you were never a L7. You try to pretend that you were never a square. And here's the thing that y'all don't realize. Every last one of you dudes, that's pretending that you was always a ladies' man, that's pretending you was always this and always that, you not fooling none of us. Those of us that really jumped off the porch, those of us that really was outside, you not fooling none of us. You ain't fooling nobody but yourself and other guys like you. You're not fooling none of us. We know who you are. We know it's like animals. We can tell who's who. We can smell it on you. We know. And look, I ain't gonna say no names, but there's a bunch of y'all that's on the internet right now acting like you ain't no lames, and I know you was a lame. I know you was a lame. Straight up and down. And here's the reason why I know. Here's the reason why I know. Because you want to convince us that stoic shit works with black women. Let me tell you something. If you sit up here on the internet and you tell me all you gotta do is be stoic around black women, I know you full of shit. I know you full of shit. Because if there is one woman on this planet that will take you there, it's sisters. They will take you there. They will take you there. In fact, they will do everything in their power to pull it up out of you. Some of them do it just because they want to have makeup sex. They want you all mad and frustrated so that when you have sex later, it'll be ultra aggressive. Like, bro, who do y'all think y'all fooling? In fact, if you are the type of dude, right? If you the type of dude that acts like nothing ever bothers you and you dating a sister, that's when she gonna cut up the most because she don't believe you. She don't believe you. She don't believe it doesn't affect you. She's like, I'm gonna bring it up out of him. I'm gonna bring it up out of him. She's 100% convinced. I'm gonna bring it up out of him. He gonna watch. I'm gonna get him to cut up. I'm gonna get him to go off. And let me tell you this right now. Because they'll keep arguing with you. They'll keep picking and trying just to see if you're gonna stand on it like a man. Just to see if you're going to stand up like a man, right? And look, let's be clear about something. When these women be messing with you, they don't see no difference in them messing with you and somebody else messing with you. If you let them run over top of you, guess what they're going to think? You will let a nigga run over top of you. I'm going to say that again. These women, if you let them run over top of you in their mind, they'll say he'll let a nigga run over top of him. But angry man, they be saying you want to go at me. Why you don't go at these men? They don't believe that. Keep listening to what they say instead of looking at what they do. Matter of fact, let me ask you a question. Let me ask everybody a question. Since y'all love listening to what these women say instead of what they do, let me ask you a question. If a woman haul off and slap a dude, and that dude hit her back, she gonna call him a punk for hitting a woman. She gonna say, you a punk because you hit a woman. Why don't you go fight these men, right? If that same woman slapped you and you didn't do nothing, what's she gonna call you? What's she gonna call you? A punk. But you want to know what the difference is? You want to know what the difference is? If she slaps guy A and he doesn't stand for it and he retaliates, she gonna call him a punk for getting into a physical altercation with a woman. If guy B gets slapped by the woman and he doesn't do anything, she's gonna call him a punk for not doing nothing. The only difference is she ain't gonna try to hit guy A again. That's not me condoning nothing. That's not me telling nobody to do nothing. That's just me saying what it is. That's just what it is. You feel me? But to go back to what I said, y'all dudes that keep running around here talking about stoic this, stoic that, bruh. And look, I'm not telling y'all to get into no physical altercations. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this: you can't sit there and act like a robot while she's yelling at you and cutting up and all of that. You gotta do something, even if it's, you ain't talking to me like that, you done lost your mind, and get up and leave and don't deal with her no more. There has to be some sort of consequence. There has to be a consequence. There has to be a consequence. And if that consequence is removing yourself and not being around her no more, cool. You feel me? But there has to be a consequence. Even if a woman hits you, put them people in her life. Put them people in her life, get her locked up, go to court, tell the judge, yeah, she did it. There has to be a consequence, because what's happening is all of you guys that think it's a badge of honor to let your woman scream at you and hit you and all of that, and you sit there like, I'm a man, I can take it. All you doing is encouraging her to do that with every man she encounters. In fact, you're setting her up for failure. You're setting her up for failure, because a woman will be with you and treat you like an emotional punching bag and a physical punching bag, and you just sit there and take it like, I'm a man, I can take it. And then she finally break up with you, and then she get with Ray Ray. And first time they get in an argument, she thinks she about to do the same thing to Ray Ray that she did to you. And next thing you know, she on the floor with her head between the bed and the nightstand, trying to figure out what happened. So y'all gotta look. I'm gonna tell you right now, to the ladies out here, stop swinging on these men. Stop swinging on these men, because you don't know how they're gonna react. You don't know how they're gonna react. And to you fellas out here, stop letting these women swing on you. If you gotta call the cops, you feel me? Do what you gotta do. But you're setting her up for failure, because everybody ain't gonna react like you. Everybody ain't gonna have the same patience as you. And that's just real. That's just real. But going back to you know, and see, the fact that we even gotta have this conversation is problematic. The fact that we even gotta have this that I even gotta say any of this is problematic. And look, I'm here to tell you, to the sisters of the world, y'all gotta get, it's time for y'all to get y'all shit together. It's been long enough. It's been long enough. You've been blaming the brothers long enough. It ain't the brothers. It ain't us. It's y'all. It's you. You. You done had enough fun. It's time to grow up. It's time to grow up. It's time for you to stop listening to Gloria Steinem and all the rest of them. Ain't I a woman and all that bullshit. It's time. It's time to grow up. Because you ain't getting no younger. You ain't getting no younger. And oh my God, I'm on 5 hours, man. What in the world? Yo, make sure y'all supporting the show, man. I think we at 35 people. Jesus Christ. Trying to extend the show so we can reach our goal. We need 15 people. Is it 15 people we need? I don't know if it's 15 or not. Let me update this freaking thing. We got to get to this Adrien Broner topic. I done gave y'all 5 hours. I'm streaming like freaking Casanat in them. Shit. What in the hell? And we probably already at the goal, and this damn thing isn't updating like it's supposed to. Oh we. Get the fuck out of here. Hold on, y'all, because I gotta update this damn list. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. Anybody, let me tell you something. Any of you, right? Any of you that are worried about terminators and shit like that, you ain't got to worry about none of that shit. You ain't got to worry about none of that shit because AI is stupid. It's dumb. It is dumb. Trust and believe. It is. It's freaking stupid. Now, 9 times out of 10, we probably already reached our goal, but this freaking thing isn't updating the way it should be. That's why when people be like, yo, the Terminators are coming, our robot is like, man, bro. You ain't got to worry about that shit. No time not in your lifetime do you got to worry about that stupid shit. Like, I feel like it's keeping track of all of my super chats, but it wasn't keeping track of the damn cash apps. And I'm gonna have to rebuild this shit from the ground up. I'm gonna have to rebuild it from the ground up. Yeah, like I said, we we had damn 48 people. We had 48 people. Unbelievable. Unbe-fucking-lievable. But as far as I can tell, we reached our goal. So, damn, do I got to do a 5-hour show to reach our goal? That is that the lesson of today? I think that's the lesson for today. I think I got to do a 5-hour show in order to reach. You feel me? In order to reach my freaking goal. Anyway, let's see. Let's get to the super chats.
It's time for the Super Chats!
Let's see. Shout out to Cajun Dark Fire. He said, bruh, been saying this for years. Yes, sir.
That's that. That's that. We know energy. We know energy.
Shout out to Billy Nico, said supporting the show.
That's that. That's that. We know energy. We know energy.
Let's see. Shout out to Motion Success. Said, great show today, Angry Man. Keep teaching the young ones how to survive out here.
That's that. That's that. We know energy. We know energy.
Let's see, who is that? Motion. Let's see. Shout out to Mr. Lone Star. Mr. Lone Star said, man, I just caught the show. About to head to Chicago. Salute AM, salute Beanos. And why is she confused on if her husband pays any bills or not?
That's that. That's that. We know energy. We know energy.
Hey, who you asking? Who you asking? Let's see. Who is that? That's Mr. Lone Star. Let me check that one. Shout out to Time to Ante Up. He said, let's get it.
That's that. That's that. We know energy. We know energy. We know energy.
See who else we got. We got Hidden Knowledge. He said, yo, AM, as a brother with Asperger's, guess which group of people have dehumanized me the most for my neurodivergence? Take a wild guess. Oh, I already know. It's the good people of the community. The good folks of the community. Shout out to Raw G for the membership. Appreciate you. Shout out to Burn King for the membership. Appreciate you. Let's see. Shout out to Seeker of Truth. He said, paying my tuition for the knowledge. Let's see. Shout out to a Burn King. He says she can't process it because of what she's been taught and what she's learned. And she might not be willing to get past or beyond what she's learned to something better. Look beyond your view.
That's that. That's that. We know it.
Appreciate you, fam. Let's see. Shout out to King Cato. Said I was getting around before social media. Yes, sir. Let's see. Who else we got? I'm sorry, y'all. These gyms, now they got it to where the gyms populate like the super chats. So you got to weed through all of those just to get to the damn super chats. Let's see. Shout out to Gemini. Gemini said a dime for the dimes you are dropping. Appreciate you, bro, on the Cash App side of the game. Shout out to James. He said for the show. Shout out to Tahiri, he said support. Shout out to Malcolm, he said keep up the hard work, AM. Shout out to Carlo, he said for the show. Shout out to Jerome, he said bring the truth, bruh. Shout out to Nicholas, he said salute, AM. Shout out to Dark Power in the building. Shout out to Alexander, he said for some unknown reason I'm blocked, can't chat. Shoot me an email with your YouTube @ handle so I can unblock you. Shout out to William, he said supporting the show. Shout out to Melina, said hey. Shout out to Christopher, he said support. Shout out to Gone Postal with the salute. Shout out to Billy Nico, said supporting the show. And shout out to everybody that participated for helping us reach 50. We reached 50. We're going to read the rest of the super chats in a minute. But let's get to this main topic. So, for everybody watching, Adrien Broner is now caught up in a scandal, right? So he's being sued for sexual battery. And look, I looked at the video, and the video is nasty work. The video is crazy. In fact, let me pull the video up so y'all can see it. It's really aggressive. So let's see. Let's pull the video up so y'all can check it out. All right, now I know I had it up here. Don't tell me they deleted it. Now, I know damn well I ain't going crazy. All right, let's look it up again. Here it go right here.
Upstairs. Stop playing. Go upstairs. Go upstairs. Go upstairs. Stop playing. Go upstairs. She don't got a. I don't want her. She ain't got shit on you. Go. I don't want her. Oh. Go upstairs.
Relax.
Go upstairs. Go.
Bye, D. See you.
All right. Go upstairs. Stop making a scene, my nigga.
You're making a scene.
Go upstairs, man.
So, the only thing I can say after seeing that video is, Adrien, you might as well just go ahead and settle, bro. Just go ahead and settle. Just go ahead and shoot her some bread. Come up with, get a lawyer, have the lawyer negotiate with her lawyer for a settlement, and just shoot her some bread, bro. Because you're not gonna win that. You ain't gonna win that. They're gonna take one look at that video, and it's gonna be a wrap. They're gonna take one look at that video, and it's gonna be a wrap. Now, This goes back to what I said at the beginning of the show for those of you that were around for the beginning of the show. And if you stuck it out this long, salute to you. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me this long. But this goes back to what I've been saying. He's not going to be the last. In my humble opinion, all of you guys that have these shows that are massively successful, and every time you look up, you're inviting a bunch of groupie thoughts to some mansion where all of the chicks is there. Like, first of all, them chicks are only there because they trying to get some money. And I know y'all know that. But you're thinking about it the wrong way. You're like, oh, these chicks is trying to get some money. So, you know, they know we got money. So when we invite them over here, these baddies will come over here and they willing to have sex with us because we got money. Yeah, but what happens when the ones that don't have sex with you want money? What happens with the chicks that show up there that don't have no avenue to get no money out of you because you're not really feeling them? Or worse, what if chick comes there thinking she gonna be able to get some money out of you and it end up just being a friendly you know what, and she didn't get no money? What you think her next move is gonna be? That may be the first time she's ever gotten that close to a millionaire. And it don't help that y'all be acting the way y'all be acting. That don't help at all. Like, to me personally, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know why y'all are so hell-bent on setting yourself up for failure. I don't understand it. Like, you're like, ever since, and here's the crazy thing, right? Because this is how diabolical some of these chicks are. If you notice, as crazy as AB and Dean's podcast has been, as crazy as their streaming has been, not a single woman has tried to sue either one of them until Adrien Broner announced on that stream that he was a millionaire again and he got sober. Does anybody else notice that? See, I'm the type of person, I ask myself this question. Would she have sued him if he wasn't doing better and looking like he's on his way to winning? Like, if he was still drunk and overweight and not really making that much money, would she have sued him? I don't give a shit what nobody say. I genuinely believe that some of these chicks, they're just haters at heart. They're just haters. I feel like she sat back and watched them like, not yet. Not yet. Then one day he does the stream, you know, he does this stream right here. Watch this. Let me show you this. So he does this stream right here, right?
Everything gonna be tonight. Bitch, I'll cry right now, bitch. They thought I was dead. They thought I was dead, bro. They thought I was dead, bro. Bitch. Nigga. We back with it. Bitch, we back with it. Nigga, why you got my nipples
far. God damn, bro. I ain't seen a number like that in years. Something that I can only dream about. Without y'all, I can't take care of my kids. I got 11.
Without 10.
Yeah. I'm just happy I'm enjoying this moments with you, bro.
Thanks, bitch.
She saw that. And she said, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. But he's a millionaire. Her homegirl's like, he's a millionaire. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Then she saw this video.
I just went hunting and I found me a rabbit and I think I can carry it.
She saw this video right here. It says Adrien Broner is starting to look like his old self after just 2 weeks of locking in on stream. He got a fresh cut, got his beard lined up. He's sober. He not bloated no more. He getting fresh again. She like, now it's time. File the papers. File the papers, because it ain't just about the money. It ain't just about the money. It's about breaking this nigga's spirit. It's about ruining this man's life. Because I don't care what none of y'all say. I don't believe for 1 second that if he was still drunk, if he was still falling all over himself, if he was still looking like a hobo, if he was still bloated, she wouldn't have sued that nigga. She wouldn't have sued that nigga. And I want you to think about this. I want you to think about this. This is how diabolical the game is. These women will go to these events, go to these parties, knowing full and well that there's probably going to be some type of orgy, knowing full and well that these dudes want to have sex, knowing full and well what time it is. And then a month later, 6 months later, year later, I was uncomfortable. And I sit back and I watch. Like, bro, all of you podcasters that do these in-person shows where you invite these young Instagram models, OnlyFans chicks, what do you think they gonna do when they get to that Brittany Renner stage? When they can't use their looks and youth and sexuality anymore to make money. When they get to that Melissa Ford stage, when it's a wrap completely, they can't use none of their youth, none of their sex, they can't use none of that to get no money. What you think they're gonna do? What you think they're gonna fall back on? And look, I know what you're gonna say, but you know that could have been years ago. Look at Bill Cosby. Look at Bill Cosby. You think those women didn't see? Here's the thing: all it takes is one. That's all it takes. Is one. All it takes is one. One would be like, you know what? I was on that one show and I didn't like that guy. And then the moment she jumps out there and finds Gloria Allred or whoever, the rest of them, light bulb pops up over their head. Hey, I was on that show too. And keep in mind, it's not like they was on Phil Donahue. It's not like they was on Maury Povich. No, they were on a show that's sole purpose was to make them look stupid. Mark my words. It's coming. Pause. It's coming, bro. If this is happening and keep in mind, these are guys, these streamers, they're not even talking relationship stuff. They just regular streamers. And like I said at the beginning of the show, okay, there's guys. If you, right? If you understand red pill and you understand the devious nature of some women, especially women that fit a particular mold, why would you increase your liability by making an entire business out of being in proximity to gold diggers? Didn't you see the video I played earlier where the dude said these women have no honor? They will do whatever they gotta do, tell whatever lie they gotta tell, screw over whoever they gotta screw over if it means guaranteeing and ensuring that they can live a decent. See, this is the problem. Like when you have a society where there used to be a time where women got married. That's how they secured the bag. But feminism done lied to them and told them they can get it on their own. And when they ain't able to get it on their own and their youth is gone and their beauty is gone and now they old and they can't get a husband. See, this is the reason why when women say they don't need a husband, I call cap. Because even if you don't get a husband, you're going to figure out some kind of way to get some money up out of a man. So even if you, what difference does it make if you ain't got no husband, if you still figured out a way to get your money from a man? And like I said, I'm telling you right now, there's no way. I would be shocked and amazed if in the next few years, in the next 10 years, you didn't all of a sudden start seeing these women coming out of the woodwork, because it's going to happen. I wish it wasn't that way, but it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Everything she says happened in early June. June 2nd, June 3rd, June 8th. The paperwork did not get filed in June. It did not get filed in the first week of July. It landed this week, July 23rd. That is roughly 7 weeks of silence. 7 weeks where nothing was filed. So the only real question on the table is simple. What changed between June and July? What changed? I'll tell you what changed. The man got his life back. Back in May, he announced he was returning to boxing. Said he was dedicating the next 3 to 5 years to the sport. Said he wants one more world title before he walks away. He got back in the gym after being away for about 17 months. He started telling his chat he was sober day after day. I even told y'all, Adrien Broner gained, I gained a new level of respect for him. Just watching him clean himself up and get back locked in, right? He started stacking real streaming money on Kick alongside Dean with a big audience. We saw it. Sober, in shape, winning, paid. That's what changed. Not the June nights. The June nights were the same in June as they are today. He put out a statement and he said the quiet part out loud. He said these allegations only started because people thinks he's rich again and want to get money from him. Then he said the line that should stop everybody in their tracks. He said none of this was going on when I was just down and out. Read that again. None of this was going on when I was down and out. In fact, I would argue that those chicks come there with the sole intention of, I'm going to have sex with this dude because if he ends up getting his money back, I'm going to be able to get some money out of him. Some kind of way. Let's be real. This is the only reason Brittany Renner got pregnant by PJ Washington. When are we going to start calling out this predatory behavior? You know what's crazy? What's crazy is we live in a world now where if these chicks go to the streaming house with the intention of having sex with Adrien Broner, we'll look at Adrien Broner like he's wrong. You should have more discipline. You should have more discipline, Adrien Broner. You didn't have to have sex with those women. So the women have the foul intention. They go there with the predatory intention. He has sex with him, but because he's a man, it's automatically his fault. Automatically his fault. You do realize that men are the only creatures on the planet that we can openly victim blame. We don't get to victim blame women like that. In fact, if you even attempt to victim blame a woman, people will look at you like you crazy. If a woman get assaulted on the street, because, you know, if a woman is out on the street and she's dressed provocatively and she gets assaulted, you bet not say it's because of what she had on. Or what? Are you serious? You better not say it's because she was walking down the street in the middle of the night by herself. That ain't no excuse. That ain't no excuse. And I agree, it's not. It's not an excuse. But guess what? Men being horny isn't an excuse for a woman being predatory and trying to get pregnant by a guy or trying to get into some intimate interaction with a guy so she can then turn around and say that he was inappropriate. Say that again. A guy being horny and wanting to have sex with a woman that he thinks is being consensual doesn't excuse a woman using that to her advantage and being predatory. It doesn't excuse it. I'm going to say it again. He said none of this was going on when he was down and out. The man is literally telling you the price of his own comeback. Nobody sues a broke man. There's nothing at the end of that lawsuit. Bro, this is why I told you, if I became a millionaire, I would never tell anybody. I would never tell anybody. I would never announce it. Nope. Let me be honest with you. Because I'm not going to sit here and pretend. That resurfaced clip that's going around, it looks crazy. It looks absolutely crazy. Go upstairs. I ain't playing with you. Go. It looks crazy. It looks crazy. The water thrown on her in front of 20,000 people watching live. You know, I'm not defending none of that. That's not how you should treat women. And it's not how you treat a guest in your house. But here's what I need you to understand. That clip is not new. That clip has been out since June. 20,000 people saw it happen in real time. It got clipped and reposted over and over. And in June, with all that footage already public, nobody filed anything. The evidence did not change. Only the bank account did. This is the part that tells on itself. She didn't just name him. From what I understand, she named Dean too. She also named the platform itself. Now think about that. Why would a platform be a defendant in a personal case about what happened at a house? Because platforms have money. Because platforms have insurance. Because platforms settle to make things go away. When a filing reaches past the individual and grabs everybody in the room with a balance sheet, that's not a search for justice. That's a search for a payout. I want everybody in here to sit with this honestly. If that man was still drunk every night, still out of shape, still nowhere near a ring, still broke and irrelevant, does this file exist? Does this filing exist? If he never announced the money on the stream, does anybody pick up a phone and call a lawyer? I don't think so. And I think most of you don't think so either. You just don't want to say it out loud because of how it sounds. Say it anyway. It's time we started saying, it's time we start calling out this foolishness. Now, I'm not a jury and neither are you. These are allegations. Nothing has been proven in a court. As far as I know, who knows if this even goes to a courtroom. I'm not telling you what happened in that house. I wasn't in that house. I'm just telling you what the calendar says. And the calendar ain't an opinion. Calendar is a fact. I just noticed when the filing happened. Did you notice when the filing happened? Because I noticed it. Understand the business model. Because this is what nobody wants to explain to you. For a certain kind of lady, beauty is an asset. Attention is the income. And that asset depreciates every single year. It depreciates. While the invitations are coming, everything is fine. The houses, the parties, the trips, the streams, nobody has a problem with any of it while the checks and the clout are moving. The problem shows up when the invitations stop. You've watched this play out already. Brittany Renner is the case study everybody knows. There's a stage where the phone stops ringing. The podcast stopped calling. The events stopped sending the plane ticket. And then there's a stage past that one, the Melissa Ford stage, where the only currency left is a story about what somebody did to you years ago. That's when the memory sharpens up. That's when the timeline gets revisited. And I'm telling you right now, the fallback is always victimhood. When beauty stops paying, victimhood is the last product on the shelf. This is what I call the Cosby pattern. Not the details, the mechanics. Decades of nothing. Then everybody remembers at the same time. And the remembering arrives right on top of the money. I'm not saying every single one of those women were lying. I wouldn't say that because I can't say that. I'm saying the timing tells a story that people refuse to read. And the timing tells the same story here. Because trust and believe, there's real victims out there. Real ones. Women who were genuinely violated and never got a dollar. And never got an apology. And never got believed. And every time somebody runs this play for a check, she makes it harder for that real victim to be heard. She poisons the well. She trains the public to squint and side eye. She hands every skeptic a reason. So don't let anybody tell you that this take is against women. This take defends the women who are actually telling the truth, because the hustle is stealing their credibility. But, let me turn around and put it on the men for a second, because y'all dudes ain't innocent in this either. Every one of these streamers and podcasters filling a house with young women they don't know for content, for clout, for the numbers. You're building a case against yourself. You're literally paying to construct an evidence room. You're on camera drinking, flashing money. You got 20,000 witnesses, and every second of it is recorded and clipped forever. When Adrien Broner told her to go upstairs and was grabbing her by the arm, he could have went upstairs and had a conversation with her. But is that what it looked like? No. If you're being that aggressive downstairs in front of everybody, how aggressive are you being when nobody's looking? That's what it looks like. And I'm not trying to put it on him like that. Pause. I ain't trying to put a jacket on him. But you got to be mindful of how something looks when you're on camera, especially when you reach over and push the cameraman's hand down. Got a house full of people. Those are not your friends. Those are not your fans. Those are strangers standing next to the biggest bank account in the room. You want to know how to never lose this lawsuit? Don't create a circumstance where it can happen in the first place. See, the paperwork didn't follow the incident. The paperwork followed the money. Sober, rich, and sued in that exact order. And that order ain't no coincidence. That sounds like a business plan to me. This is the first one, but it won't be the last. Every man with a following and a house full of company should be reading this file like a warning letter with his own name on it. And by the way, Big Meech, if you watching this, bro, stop letting all them people come in your house, fam. Because them two chicks that was looking for Dean and was wandering around your house and you just happened to catch them. Say, hey, where y'all going? Y'all looking for the bathroom? Oh, no, we looking for Dean. What are you going up there for? Dean is out there. Shout out to Big Meech for being on point. But look, hey, I ain't never been one. Look, let me tell y'all something. I ain't never been the type to have a bunch of people hanging out in my crib. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And look, Big Meech, you know they watching. You can't afford to be having all kinds of people in your crib because you never know who might try to set you up on some BS. You just got your freedom. So here's the question I want everybody to answer for me. If he was still drunk, still broke, still losing, would anybody have filed any paperwork? And if your honest answer is no, then what exactly is it that got sued? The conduct or the comeback? That's my question. Which got sued? The conduct or the comeback? But with that being said, let's get to these last super chats.
It's time for the super chats.
Let's see. Shout out to TCWN7. Said, keep flaming these mofos with the fire content. You a real one. Appreciate you, bruh.
That's that. We know energy.
Shout out to Aqua Dragon. He said, well, people in general will try you if they think you're weak and soft. It's evil, but it's nature as far as the dark side. Appreciate you, broski. Let's see who else we got. Shout out to Mr. Lone Star, said this won't be the last lawsuit. He started to finger a girl on stream and asked him what he was doing and asked him to stop. He made, bruh. That's crazy. That's crazy, bruh. Oh my God. Some cats just want to be like, shout out to Taryn. He said, for the truth, lions don't roar quietly. Shout out to Harold with the salute. Appreciate y'all. Yo, shout out to everybody that contributed to the show, helping us reach the goal. Y'all already know what it is, man. Salute to everybody that donated the gems. I appreciate that. Y'all donated like 10,146 gems. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to Raw G for becoming a member, and shout out to a Burn King for becoming a member. I appreciate y'all. But with that being said, man, we've been on here 6 hours. I got to get up out of here. My butt feel like it's broken. My butt feel like it's numb. What did Martin say? He said, I didn't even know a butt can go numb. Yo, shout out to all of y'all, man. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me this long. Y'all already know what it is, bro. I'm going to holler at y'all later. Deuces.
The session is closed. The board is dismissed.
I gave you the blueprint, now go build a estate. Stop arguing with broke, man, stop debating with fake. We don't negotiate value, we dictate the price. You watch the show for free, I just gave you a slice. But the real ones know where the equity lives. We taking everything, we got nothing to give. The manual is waiting, you know where it's at. This ain't a gamble, it's a guaranteed bet.
Go protect Lee, go and plant the seed. Go protect Lee, that's the code we need. Go to the side, yeah, secure the command. The Angryman Channel, the standard of the land.
Angrymanchannel.com.
Get the shirt, get the book.
Start watching, start working. We up.
The session is closed. The board is dismissed.